Well, hot dark matter is a thing.
Yeah, well now we're moving from cold dark matter to like icy dark matter. You know, we're now looking for ice. Like what the fuck? Just admit you got it wrong, move on, do something else.
All right, guys, what's the topic? No topic? Nothing? No nada?
They're not really speaking truth right now.
What was that?
The people aren't really speaking truth right now.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but your mic sounds like crap. Who's only speaking truth right now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Is that why it's silent? There is no truth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. So like, did you know that Israel bombed the hospital in Gaza?
No. Should we be mad about that?
Yeah, you should be mad because that's a war crime.
Okay. Should we go to war? Is that what you're saying? War, kill people.
I think we should, yeah.
You think we should go to war against Israel? Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. And by we, like you and I, we're taking up arms. Is that what we're doing against Israel?
The American people.
Ah, the American people.
Oh boy, getting in deep now.
That'll be a cold day in hell when the United States goes to war with Israel. We got to stop selling them all their weapons of war first.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Otherwise,
They're
we'd
heavily
just be
on.
arming our enemy, right?
They've got all of our old F-16s over there. I don't know if they got any F-35s, but like we got. I live right by Hill Air Force Base here in Utah, and those F-35s fly over all day long, and they are some loud son of a bitches. Let me tell you. And they're like, I don't know. They got the F-30, F-22s, Raptors, and then they got the F-35 Raptors now here. And the F-16s are what they got in Israel. They got all of our old F-16s, and those were pretty high-tech jets.
F-15.
They used to have the maintenance on them here at Hill Air Force Base.
Yeah,
And
they've
they
got
would
a lot
take
of
off. Go ahead.
F-15s too. Yeah, they're
Oh,
trying
do
to get
they?
a bunch
Yeah,
of yeah, because
yeah, the old
they're less.
Tomcat.
Yeah, so Israel's less concerned about air-to-air combat. Obviously, if you're going up against Palestine, they're more concerned about payload, and those F-15s have a much higher payload.
Yeah, they do. That's because they got that twin engine thing on the back. The dual engine. Those F-16s used to have the time to climb record, where they would go take off and go straight up, and they can actually accelerate going vertical. And I can't remember what they used to have the time to climb record. Or, I don't know, this is 20 years ago or whatever, probably. But
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
anyway, I'm kind of familiar a little bit with all the jets that they have because I live, like I said, right here by Hill Air Force Base, and they have the maintenance on a lot of those. Have for years.
Nice. Yeah, I may or may not have inside information about what jets we are selling to Israel or what Israel has. I may or may not know that, but I do know for sure that they're looking for higher payload than air-to-air combat, at least
Yeah,
at the
they got.
moment.
I know they got a bunch of F-16s. I know that. I do know that for a fact.
Yeah. Yep.
But those are still pretty. You know, they're small and they're nimble. They can do all these kind of crazy loops and sharp turns and stuff like that. They're not super bullet fast. They're single engine, but they're very nimble jet. We used to have them
Yeah,
here. They would.
they're good.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
they're real good at air-to-air, right? They're good at
Yeah.
air-to-air combat because they're very maneuverable. Whereas the
Yeah.
F-15, not quite as good at air-to-air combat, but you can carry a lot more bombs and whatnot on them. So
Right, and you can put the pedal to the metal, and they'll get the hell out of Dodge real fast too.
Yep.
F-15.
What's the deal?
Come in quick, drop a bunch of shit, leave quickly. Yeah, that's
Yep.
the F-15.
Nice. Everybody else does, right?
Yeah.
Well, F-15 Tomcat is what they call them, I think.
Yep. So yeah, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there, nor do I necessarily give two shits about what's going on over there. I'm certain.
How much of it is propaganda is what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, if people are being harmed and killed, I think that's ridiculous, disgraceful, and unfortunate. Regardless of who it is, I think it's unfortunate, and I try not to pay attention because I know for a fact that all that we are going to receive is what they want us to know,
That's
they
right.
what they want the pro-Israel people to know, and then what they want the pro-Palestinian people to know, all within this country, not only so that they can continue to perpetuate the war there, but they can also agitate people and divide people here. It's the same old bullshit that's been
Same
used
old
over and
bullshit.
over. Yeah.
I couldn't agree
But
with
of
you
course.
more. I couldn't agree more. My mom, she's a crazy news believer, like the guru sings about. Yeah. She's sitting there looking at the news, watching. I'm talking to her. My mom's 84, laying in her bed. She goes, "Those poor people over there in Israel or in the Gaza Strait or whatever it's called, are look at those buildings. They're all blown up." And I says, "Okay, Mom, I want you to take a real close look at those buildings. There are no windows in any of them. There's no furniture that's been blown up in any of them. They're empty freaking buildings, Mom. If they've just blown them up recently, it's part of a demolition that they're doing because there's not a single window, not a single door in them, and not a single piece of furniture in those buildings. It's just a bunch of concrete walls. You think people are living in those? Well, those people are mighty poor, and they don't have furniture and they don't have windows. They just have to lay on the concrete floor with no blankets and sleep.
She's buying what they're selling. She's buying what they're selling.
Crazy news believer.
Well, I
That's my mom.
gotta run. I just wanted to get a conversation started, and unfortunately, I have to run. But good talking with you for the brief moment there, God Rockin'. Always good to talk to you.
All right, Napalm. Have a nice night, buddy.
Nice talking you too, bud. Take care.
Glad to see you're still around here, bro.
Yeah, I haven't had a talk with Napalm for quite some time. That was nice.
What? What? Want to get sliced up?
Say what? Do I want to get sliced up?
Oh, my friend's talking on the phone. He's talking to one of his friends. Crazy talk. He's just joking around.
We're gonna build 3 houses
I
back.
figured. You want to get sliced up, bro?
Who was that just was speaking? Is that Rookie?
Yep, that's me.
How you doing, Rookie?
Doing pretty good. How are you, bro? Come on.
All right.
Oh, that was a restraint, but I'm saying no matter what, we're gonna do it.
I recognized your voice, but where's your what name are you speaking under now? Cookie Monster?
Yeah, I've been Cookie Monster for a while now. I left for a while and then just came back. I missed you guys. I don't know why.
Right on.
But, you know,
Well, it's nice talking to you, Rookie. If you don't
It
care,
is,
I
bro.
can still
You know
call
what?
you that name because that's how I know you.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know. You can call me Ryan, you can call me Rookie, you can call me Cookie Monster. You don't know.
Never got the first
Whatever
Right on.
works. Just don't call me late for dinner or an asshole. And no, you can do that too. How you been doing? I haven't heard much about you. I've seen you a couple times, but you didn't really. This is the first I've talked to you. How you been?
Oh, I've been trying to do some Bible study. Let's put it that way. Just straight up,
Okay,
and spending most of my time looking into Scripture.
right on.
You know,
I've been doing some of that too.
I like to bounce
Wouldn't
around
say
and do
it's
different things, like I did over
Right
in
on.
24/7. When we went downstairs into the learning curve with Jason and Little G, and we
Mhm.
did all that alternative history searching for
Yep.
like 2 years or a year and a half. That was fun.
Right. Yeah.
You were there for
Sure.
part of that. I know you were.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm not supposed to have my favorite shit.
Absolutely.
And so now I've bounced off into trying to understand
Yeah,
the
that's why I
Scripture
was
a little
curious.
bit better.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I said I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was talking to John yesterday, and
I do.
well,
I do.
you know,
'Cause you know what? My folks
Mike,
actually
Mike, I should say Mike, Battlemod. I was talking to him a couple days ago. We were talking about you, and I was like, how's he doing? And he goes, oh, he's doing good as far as I know. I haven't seen him much lately. He's in and out, but he just said he knew you were doing all right. But he knew I knew your mom wasn't doing so great, but I didn't know like what the status was. I just heard that your mom was having some health problems. So
Well, my mom's doing all right. My dad passed away a year and a half ago, so
Right, yeah.
she's living in this big 4,000 square foot house, 5 bedrooms, like 5 fireplaces. I mean, it's this monstrosity of a house. She don't want to live there no more. She's done with it. She's
Right.
been living there for 48 years. She wants to sell it and go move into some senior living apartment or something where she can have a little bit easier life.
Yeah,
This
that makes
house is a
sense.
monster. It's too much for her.
That's
So
cool.
other than that, I mean, she's doing all right. I mean, she's 84. She doesn't get around all that
Yeah.
well, but
Yeah,
doing all
84. Yeah, it's good.
yeah, there's some interesting things that me and a couple of friends have discovered in the Bible, stuff that I wasn't aware of that was there, that
Okay.
give perfect description of the earth, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I would say that would be. It's been true for a while, but yeah. What do you mean
Well,
specifically about Genesis?
I just think the Bible's more accurate than biblical cosmology.
Oh, I agree.
And
I agree.
biblical Earth, I think, is more accurate than anything out there. So,
Yeah, I
and
agree.
I don't care I really don't care what people think about me thinking that, because I just don't care. Because
Well,
you know
yeah.
what I mean? I don't give a shit. Because
Well, I mean, I
think
do care what they think, but I mean, if all they're going to think is that I'm stupid because I believe in religion, then that's kind of dumb. But I mean, if I was doing
that's
something
not really,
in my
that's not
religion
really
that bothered
religion.
them, I could relate. But
Right.
you know what
I
I mean?
don't really call that religion, because I think the Bible is a book of truth, is what
It
I
is.
think.
I believe.
Anyway, it gives some pretty vivid description of the earth and what it's,
Yes.
how it was on a foundation, pillars, various different
Pillars,
things.
yes. Four corners,
Huh?
all that good stuff.
4 corners.
Four corners, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Looks down on it like
And it all
looks
matches
down on us
up.
like
It all
grasshoppers.
matches up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all matches
It
up.
matches up
perfectly
with us being in his rec room. Matches up with his.
Yeah.
We're probably underneath some kind of light. There's probably a lamp next to it, and it's probably sitting next to his easy chair. He probably sits and watches it all day. You know what I mean? Like that's what I was. Even though that's kind of a silly idea, but I mean, who knows, right? Like that makes more sense to
haven't
me
you
than
Haven't
some
you
of the
heard
crap I've heard.
Jimsy's? Have you heard Jimsy's description of the Lord's throne up there and how it's like it says in the Bible that it's some sort of a green emerald stone. His chair is made of emerald or something, and
Yeah, I've heard that.
he's even got images. Jimsy does of a green
Mm-hmm.
emerald hue that's coming out of the firmament right above Polaris, right? Right center
Really?
of the dome or center of the firmament, let's say. Yeah, and it's got some other like let's say the picture emanates a almost like a pyramid shaped green hue underneath, and then some other, let's say, like when you look at the sun as it's coming through the firmament when it's low on the horizon, like over in Antarctica or whatever, where it's got circles around it and star. You know how it shows that when it's near the firmament, you got these circles around the sun and different things like that. There's some stuff like that that go along with this pyramidal shaped green hue that Jimsy's got. I don't know where he got them pictures from, but they're pretty cool. And it coincides with the Bible, like it talks about. I think in the Bible about this the green emerald throne that he sits on.
Yep.
So I just think
I
the
recently
Bible's very
saw
accurate.
I recently saw the moon disappear
The
in
what?
my backyard. I saw the moon disappear. Like it
Oh, you
just
did?
disappeared. Yeah.
What do you mean it
was coming up.
disappeared?
Meaning it was coming up over the horizon above the trees right here in
Yeah.
front of me. It was early in the morning. It was like 4:30 in the morning, and I was thinking to myself, I wonder if I get a picture of this, if it's going to disappear, or if it's going to like fade out when the sun starts to come up. And I looked down and I switched my camera and I looked back up and it was gone. I was like, where'd the moon go?
Oh,
It's like, fuck. And then I was told that it was gone for 28 days after that. So I guess what it says in Enoch is true. I guess the moon does go through a portal. So I just saw it happen. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. It was there and then it wasn't. It's like, what? It's not like, it went behind a cloud. It was like there. It was like right there above the tree. And I looked down, looked back up, and it was gone. I can't explain it any other way.
Huh.
So I don't know. It just kind of blew me away.
so what do you mean it was gone for 28 days? What is that? What?
Meaning the moon was gone. I didn't see the moon again. Well, I don't know if it was 28 days. Someone told me that the moon disappears for that new moon or whatever. Every year it does that.
Yeah, that's three.
And I guess I caught it that day. That was the 14th September.
And the moon disappears every month for 3 days. That's the new moon cycle.
Yeah.
That's just before it starts waning and waxing or whatever. Which one is the first one? It's waning, isn't it? Or is that waxing?
I don't know much about it. All I know is that I don't know how to explain it. I saw what I saw. I don't know how to explain it.
Right. Well, the moon disappears the moon disappears for 3 days every month.
So that's what it is.
Every month it's gone. Nobody can see it. And that just so happens to be the only time you have a solar eclipse is during those 3 days. And so when you see this dark object cover the sun, everybody believes it to be the moon because it's this. That's where the moon should be.
Yeah, I saw it a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced
it's the moon. Right. If you're tracking,
you're not going to convince me of that, but yeah.
No, you're not going to convince me of that either. Yeah. No, not me. But there's
I'd love to believe it, but you're going to show me some more evidence. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I think you got to keep an open mind to the Rahu and Ketu situation, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I know a lot about. There's a lot of different theories about it, and there's all kinds of different, what do you want to call them? Wives' tales or history or fables or whatever about things like that. I mean, I'm aware. I mean, it could mean a lot of things. It could mean something, or maybe it doesn't mean anything. I don't know. I mean, for all I know, it's it's something that happens every year, you know, like I just never noticed it before, but I just thought it was just weird. I was like, I woke up in the middle of the night, couldn't sleep, came out here and just sitting here, and I don't know why I was sitting in this specific spot, but for some reason I centered everything around where I was sitting right now. And it's been that way for a couple of days now, but I just thought it was weird. It's like I wake up, I come out, I'm sitting there watching, I see the moon, and I reach down to get a picture of it, it disappears. And I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this information? You know, like I'm like, I don't. You're like, you know what I mean? I feel like it's a sign or something, but I don't really know what it's a sign of. Maybe it's just a sign that I need to pay more attention because that's been there every year for the last 50 years, and I never noticed it until then. So maybe, you know, maybe it's a learning experience for me because I didn't know. Like I always thought like things in the Bible were true, but when you see something like that happen, it's like, wow, you know, like I used to think that Enoch scripture was just, well, who knows, you know, like I never heard anything to confirm it, but now that I see that, it makes me go, well, maybe there's more to it than I really know, you know, like, or maybe there isn't, I don't know, but it just seems weird to me. Like it's
Yeah,
like
on that point of the sorry, on that point of the moon actually disappearing for 3 days, which we all know that it does too. When does that happen? Like you can't tell me that they haven't had a thing where they've been filming the moon at that particular time from the north to the south, and then all of a sudden it just goes. Like where does it happen?
I would bet that they do have video of it, but they just probably
They would
don't show it.
have to.
This is when it
How
happens.
could they not?
Okay? This is what happens. Okay, I'll explain it the best I know. So when you first start seeing the moon, you see this little tiny sliver. And I think that's called waning.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, you see this little tiny sliver. It's called waning, and then the next day you see a little bit more. The next day you see a little bit more. So this wanes all the way up. And you get a half a moon, then you get a full moon, and then it starts disappearing, and it's waxing. It waxes and waxes and waxes until you get to the other side. You get this little tiny sliver of moon. That's all that's left.
And then it resets.
Well, that's when the moon disappears every month. That last little sliver, the next day is gone, and so is the moon.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, okay, when we all wake up the next day, the moon's gone. But where's that moment where it actually disappears? That has to have been on video somewhere. You can't tell me that the people in charge haven't been so curious as to go, when does this happen? When does the moon just disappear all of a sudden? There would have to be video of it from somewhere.
Yeah, it would be.
Well, I can tell you this: as next year, I will get a video.
As the moon is waxing and those slivers get smaller and smaller as
it's waning,
or waning, whatever it is.
If you just think about waxing, you're adding wax to it, so it's getting bigger. The more wax you add to it, so this waxing is getting bigger. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Thank you. Anyway, so as it's disappearing, little bit by little bit. Leave it.
I'm sorry. That just made me. It just tickled me for some reason.
Sure. Oh, all right. Thanks. Yeah.
I'm
so
a fucking weirdo. Come on.
So what you're saying is if someone had their camera set on it when it had this very last little sliver of the moon, and it's slowly disappearing, that split second where all of a sudden the sliver disappears, so does the moon. Is that the moment you're talking about?
Yeah, like it has to be somewhere, doesn't it?
Well, you would think so.
I don't know. But I haven't seen it, but I watched it with my own eyes, but I didn't get a chance to take a video of it. I tried before I could get a chance. Like I was thinking about it and I didn't think fast enough. Like I said, as soon as I reached down and took the camera, I was like, damn it, son of a bitch. I knew it was going to disappear, so I just knew it. I just knew it. It's just for some reason I was like, you know, like, oh.
Here's the part that kind of confuses me a little bit. Now, as the moon is waning and waxing and all this kind of stuff, it's moving. So you're going to get this little piece and then a little bit more or a little bit less, depending on which direction and whether it's waning or waxing. Mm-hmm. Why doesn't it move throughout the night? And so you're watching this waning happening, or you're watching the waxing. It's getting bigger and bigger as the night goes on. So it comes up. It should be a little bit bigger at the end of the night if it's waxing. It should be growing the whole time if it's a constant thing. So
You're right,
early
though.
in
It
the
doesn't.
morning when the moon first comes up, this waxing sliver is going to be X amount of size, and by the time it goes all the way across the sky, and then it's going to set for the evening or disappear for the day. Has anybody measured that waxing to see if it actually got bigger throughout those 6 or 7 hours or whatever 8 hours that it was in the sky? Because it would have to, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Unless
it's also a good point.
Yeah.
Or is it just go all of a sudden it just jumps to the next
Yeah,
side?
that,
Don't
it's
It
bizarre when you
jumps.
think about
It
it.
does jump.
And
I saw it disappear.
yeah, and
It's gone.
but that's like I never really thought about that either. Like the whole idea of what I'm saying is like there would have to be, because it can't just be like, let's say you guys are in the north, what's called the north, and it's at one particular level for you, and then all of a sudden it disappears for you, and when I wake up in the morning or whatever, and then it comes out for me,
Right. It
and then it's
disappears
gone for me
everybody.
as well. There has to be a point where it disappears, and it's the same as what you're saying. While it's going around, there has to be a point where it gets slightly bigger or slightly smaller.
Right.
How has that
Otherwise,
never
yeah,
been videoed?
it has to be growing. I don't know. I'm not saying that it
I
How
don't
has
hasn't
that
been
know.
never been
saying.
caught in video?
Yeah, I haven't thought about it.
That would be interesting to see, because when the moon first comes up, you got this basic size of the sliver of the waxing. It's added up. It's added a little bit more light to the moon, so it's waxed in when it first comes up at this size. And as it
It's almost like
travels
it's only
across the
allowing so
sky,
much light to come through, no matter what.
yeah, and as it travels across
It's
the
strange.
sky, it's got to be getting bigger a little bit by little bit by little bit, or it's just when it disappears for the night.
Or
What is it,
maybe,
like a
yeah, when
switch?
it just, yeah, that's when it changes and it
Bump
comes
to the
back bigger.
next size? Does it just
That's
bump
weird.
to
I
the
don't
next
know.
size, or does it slowly grow?
Thing is that when it disappears at the night, sorry man, I don't mean to cut you off, but like, yeah, okay, so it changes from day to day, but when you guys experience it at night, I will then experience the same thing, and then it changes for you guys the next day. But for me, it was the same the entire way, and then where all of a sudden did it change for you guys?
I don't know. It would have to be simultaneous, wouldn't it? Would have to change
Yeah,
for
how does
us
that
at the
happen?
same time it changes for you, wouldn't
We'd
it?
have to look. Well, if we were all in the same, on where we live, and then we all looked at the same time at the same day, then yeah, we could come to that conclusion. But
Well, that's
we'd have
true.
to.
Because
I
like,
guess we can't see it when
yeah,
you can.
We should do it. We should do it
We
next
can't
year.
all see it at the same
We
time,
should.
can we?
no, and because
I
like
don't
I'm
know.
literally on the other side of the world to you
It's a good
guys.
question.
Right.
You know, technically
Right,
I
but
would
you're
be
looking
on
at
the
the
other
same
side
moon,
of the
right?
ball.
Or the same whatever that is, whatever the moon is. You're
Yeah,
seeing the same one, right? Okay,
yeah,
so
exactly.
and it doesn't just happen like all of a sudden. It just changes from part part of a sliver to a next sliver, right? It does it while it's disappearing, while it's gone, right? We don't get to see that happen. Is what you're saying,
Right.
Oh yeah, just
right?
one moment. It's a certain slither, and we have to realize as well that it's identical
That is
every single
interesting. I
time.
never thought about it.
When it's that
Never.
tiny sliver, the next month it comes around, it's the exact identical tiny slither. It's never different,
Hmm,
ever. It's
that's interesting.
always the same amount that we see.
It's like
Yeah,
we're
these are
not allowed
really
to see any
interesting
part of it.
points.
That is interesting. Well, that tells us that we only have one perspective, right? And that we're only allowed to see it from that direction. So obviously, when we figure out what it is and where it goes and all that, then we'll understand why it's together that way, right? Don't we all agree
Yeah.
that there has to be an answer? We like that would explain it all, make sense of it. I would hope so.
Yeah. How's this right now? I'm actually
Not that I know
looking
what that
out.
is, but
Sorry, I'm not changing the subject, but I've got this view of the ocean, right? But it's down through a street, so I can see the ocean through a tree line, and the apparent position of the horizon of the ocean is higher than the land. So I'm looking down through this street at the moment. The street goes down, and then you can see as it comes up, then I can see the horizon of the land. What an interesting optical effect, because clearly the water is not filling that up.
I think it'd be
Sorry, let's
cool
get
if
back to the
we could
moon. I was just
stay.
looking at that going, wow, that
We
looks
could all.
bizarre.
I've seen some interesting stuff in the sky above my head, but I don't know how to explain it.
Share one.
There are things up there
Yes.
that wouldn't say are people.
Yeah, we're going to have to
But-
put these questions to Jace and Kelshow and people and see what sophistry they come up with.
What sophistry they come up with.
What if they came up with the same stuff we did then? I mean, what did I say?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if you could have measurements of this waning and waxing of the moon. I think because it travels across the
Yeah.
sky, it's got to be getting
I think
bigger or
so.
smaller the whole time. Otherwise, it just
But if
makes
it's
this
not, then
click
that
of
is an
jump,
interesting.
click.
That's an interesting.
Next night you got a little bit more, so it just like jumps, doop, 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 a little bit more, a
Yeah.
little bit
Right.
more.
So is that what happens? Does it just all of a sudden it just clicks and then it's
Well, they say
it's
it's
the
like a
next
big
level,
clock.
and then it
I'm assuming that's the way it
clicks
works.
and it's the next level?
I don't know.
That's what I would
That would
assume.
be. I want to
Like a
know. I want to
clockwork.
know that too. That's
It's
what I want to
interesting.
know.
Yeah, that's a actually it's a really
I've never heard that
fascinating thing
question
to think
asked
about.
before.
No, I've never heard it before. It's the very first time I've ever even thought of it.
The fact that somebody had to ask that question before we even had the idea to think to ask it, yeah, that's fucking interesting. Absolutely. That's cool.
I wonder what. I mean, I'm driving at the moment, but I wonder what a quick Google search would show.
Well, I did look it up. I asked that question. I asked Google and I asked a whole bunch of other ways, like what happens to the moon when it disappears, and no one seems to know. That's the answer I keep
Yeah.
getting. You know, it's like there's a bunch of explanations for theories and things like that, but it's mostly just gibberish as far as I'm concerned. I mean, if you're not going to talk about, the tracking the moon or whatever, if that's not part of what your explanation of why the moon does that, then I don't know how to explain. You know what I mean? You're going to confuse me, right? I get waxing and waning, and I can get that stuff because I know a little bit about astrology and whatever. But I mean, for all I know, what's up there isn't even up there. I don't know. Like your guess is as good as
Then
mine.
what we need to try and set up is so I'm in Australia. We need to find someone in somewhere like South Africa. We need to find someone in about 4 different places, almost
friends in South
relatively
Africa.
equal. And we need to film the moon. Each one of us needs to film the moon at the moment when it's meant to be disappearing. Because there's a point
That's
there
why I said
where it has
would
to
be,
disappear.
That would be, yes. Right. And then if it was different for everybody, or if it literally disappeared at different times, depending on your perspective, then that would explain a lot. That would tell us that we are actually on some kind of a giant clock in the sky. And maybe the things that are up there aren't really what we think they are. That's what it would tell me, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, because there's there
I've always
has to be
thought
the moment
it
where
would
it
make
goes
more
from
sense
being
if there
there
was
to not
giant
being
clockwork up there that made it all move. That made more sense to me. But you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like this idea of just lights floating in the or solenness or whatever. Whatever that word is.
Aluminium.
No, solennessence or whatever the fuck they call it, where you can make a
Aluminium,
light star in a jar or whatever the fuck.
So sololuminescence.
Yeah,
Something
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Star in a jar.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, star in a jar.
Yeah, that's cool. That's from frequency, sound frequency.
Yeah.
They collide.
Right, which is how we were created, right? God spoke us into
Well, I
existence.
don't know. But they aim these two frequency beams at one another inside of a glass bubble full of water.
Mhm.
Supposedly,
Yeah, that's
it
pretty awesome.
slams an air bubble, it's a tiny air bubble that's in the water. It starts making it expand and contract because of the vibration from the two
Right,
frequency
it like
waves.
evaporates and then concentrates again.
Makes the bubble vibrate so radically
Yeah.
that it gets
So it
hot
lights
and
up.
starts to glow. That's why it's
Oh, it gets
putting off
hot?
the light.
I wasn't sure if it got hot. I just know
Yeah,
it's off
it's
light.
the vibration from the frequency wave makes the bubble expand and contract. I think it's tens of thousands of times per second.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, and I'm sure it's
it
large
expands
and
and
advanced and all that.
And then
It
that
gets
would
so
be a
hot
much
when it
better.
goes at it that it glows.
Yeah,
Well, I
so
would
that
think
would be a
that's how
much
it
better
should be.
explanation for some of these. You know how they have the observations of stars that are supposedly dual stars, and they're like rotating around each other, and they're supposedly doing that at like X amount of times per second or millions of miles an hour around each other. Wouldn't that make more sense that if it's the vibration which is happening at thousands of times per second or whatever, that's what we're actually looking at up there? Two of them doing that?
That's exactly what we are looking at, isn't it?
Rather than two massive objects spinning around each other at millions of miles an hour. That's just insane.
Well, yeah, that's it's insane. it sounds insane even when you really think about where we live now. Even if you just go with what we can see and what we can tell, right? It still sounds crazy, but it isn't. It's just where we live, right? Like when you really think about it. Like I remember the first time I went out on the ocean on a cruise ship, I was blown away. I was like, oh my, wow, dude, this is crazy. Like you can't see nothing but water in every direction. Like that's impossible. I always thought to myself, that's incredible. Like, and then I kept thinking, like, but how could it be flat no matter which way I look? You know, like it doesn't make any sense. How could it be that? Like, how does that work? It never made sense to me. But then when it was explained to me, like it's an infinite plane, and that's why it just always rises up to you. And I'm like, well, that makes sense. It made sense the first time that was explained to me. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I think I was 8 years old when that was told to me the first time, and I went, you know, that makes sense.
Yeah, man,
But
I'm
then, of course, that's
I'm still blown away by the whole moon disappearing thing. And when does that happen?
I don't know. I'd
We
like
gotta-
to know that too.
I
we
wasn't
gotta
even
set
aware it
this up.
disappeared. I thought it was just like a joke. I thought it was just like, well, no, what it doesn't really disappear. It just you just can't see it because whatever it's low the horizon or whatever. I don't know. I just assumed that I didn't know there was that big of a mystery.
Well,
Three
here's the
days
thing.
every month
Here's-
or whatever.
Here's the thing.
Sure.
It disappears for those 3 days, but I think they've tried everything they can. They've tried hitting it with lasers. They've tried hitting it
No,
with
you can't see it.
frequency waves
That's what
to try and get radar. They've tried radar in its location with some sort of frequency bouncing
It's like it doesn't exist.
sound waves off of it. They've tried reflecting lasers off of it or trying to hit it with. They've tried everything, every possibility they have to try and locate something in the sky, and they can't get any reading whatsoever. It's like it's just
Portal.
gone.
It's a portal.
So
It's a portal. Like I
maybe-
said, I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I don't know how to explain it, except it just disappeared right there in front of me. Like I just like looked up and it was gone. I was like, what?
Is it going
Like, it
away
didn't-
from you or towards you?
It just gone. It just disappeared.
Yeah,
Was it going
well,
away?
even
Was it
amongst
going away? Rookie, was it
even
going
amongst
away
the
from
ballers
you?
and stuff that we've got in here, we'd have to be able to set up or sightings all around the world. Even amongst, you know, like I'm sure Kosho and Jace and whatever other ballers would have to know people all around the world.
would. I don't think you
We'd
have to be a
all-
baller to want to be interested in that. But
So
No,
Rookie,
yeah.
was the moon going away from you or toward you when it disappeared? Was
well,
it rising or falling?
it was rising. I think. I'm assuming it was rising.
Well,
Like I
how
said,
the
I
hell is
just
that?
happened to sit
That's
here,
going-
looked
that's
up.
Going away from. That's going toward
I don't know
you
how to
and
explain
not
it.
toward the person,
It was
not
rising
toward
like it
the
would any
pole.
other morning. Like, it does every other morning.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
it doesn't
all I'm
rise in
saying
the
is
morning every day.
The portal would
Was
have
it
been
at the point
behind
where it was a tiny sliver?
Yeah, it was a very tiny sliver. Like matter of fact, that's why I reached down to get the camera because I was like, dude, this is weird. I don't think I've ever seen it that small.
Oh,
And then I looked
Well,
down and
maybe
I looked back up and it was gone. It was like just
Maybe
poof,
Ricky
gone. I was
Wake-
like, dude,
maybe Rookie found the point you're looking for. That spot you're looking
Yeah,
for.
maybe you saw that one moment.
this is
But
not
if
the
at
joy
the
of your life.
time when it's meant to be happening, if we just get everyone around the world filming it constantly, just like it's just,
Well, yeah,
we just have everyone
Because it was there.
non-stop filming it, one of us has
It
to
was
catch it
there.
at the moment it disappears.
right. Like, yeah, it has to be. Like I said, if I would have grabbed the camera fast enough, we wouldn't be talking about it right now. I'd be showing it to you. Like
Yeah,
you said, and then that's what made me so mad. I was like screaming. I was like, God damn, what? Wait a minute. Because I was thinking to myself, as soon as I noticed it, and it took me a second for it to like register in my head, right? Because it was starting to get light out. The sun was coming up too. And I was thinking, but it didn't really my brain didn't go, oh, this is going to be a moment until for like a few seconds later. And I looked up and I seen it again. And I thought, that's a small amount. And I reached down, like I said, to flip the camera because I was watching a YouTube video or something. And I flipped down to flip the camera, and when I reached back up, it was gone. And I was like, and I got up and I walked around, and I was like, where the fuck did it go? And I was screaming. I was literally screaming out loud. I was like, where the fuck did it go? And then I went in the house and I asked my daughter and my wife, and of course they were asleep, and they thought I was fucking losing my mind because I woke them up out of a sound sleep going, where the fuck did the moon go? But, it's like, where did it go? Like, I've never heard of it. I couldn't believe it. And then when I started telling people, everybody was like, you're bullshitting. It's right there, Ryan. Go out there and look. I'm like, dude, it's not there. I'm telling you. It disappeared. They're like, no, it's right there, bro.
Was that
Like,
tonight?
whatever. No, it was the 14th. It's a while back. But it was just weird.
Matthew, you've heard what we're talking about, Matthew?
I'm guessing the moon disappearing, or why doesn't the moon appear certain days?
Yeah, well, so
We're talking about an
what I'm
experience.
proposing, what we're kind of talking about is the fact that the moon does disappear, right? So what we're trying to figure out is when is that moment that it disappears for everyone? Has it ever been caught on video? And if it hasn't been caught on video, why not? Why haven't our astrological society and all these different people all around the world
Gone out
been
of their
wanting
way
to
to get it.
capture that? And if they haven't, or if they have, that'd be fantastic. Let's see it. And if it hasn't been done, let's set it up
It's
from
easy
different
to do.
people all around
The
the world.
problem is that it happens in the
I find
dawn,
it hard to believe
not,
that no one's done
not
it.
the
It's
dusk.
gotta be
It happened when, Matthew?
At dawn, right before, like
Yes,
two
yes.
mornings before a full moon.
It was the
New
14th.
moon.
Yeah,
it was
but
the
we would
14th
have
of
to be able to
this
still catch it on video.
Yeah, you
I
could
mean,
do
if we've
that.
got people all around the world filming it,
No,
we'd have to
anybody
catch
can
the
do it.
moment it disappears.
That's exactly when Rookie said it happened to him. When it was in the morning, it was coming up. The moon had come up just barely.
Exactly, it was a little sliver.
Right.
And it
then
disappeared.
It disappeared right before his eyes.
Yeah, that happens all the time. I mean, the same thing happens to Venus.
Yeah, when does it happen, Matthew?
Tomorrow
Has
morning.
it ever been caught on video? Has it ever been caught on video?
So listen, it'll happen to Venus tomorrow morning if you wake up before dawn and you can clearly see Venus in the sky and just sit there for 2 hours. The sky will get lighter and lighter, and eventually Venus will disappear. Same thing happens with the crescent moon right before.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the moon disappearing completely, not being anything left in the sky, just gone.
Yeah,
like not being not that part you can see through, not that I'm talking about gone.
Right.
Yeah. But dawn for you,
2 days before
dawn for you is still dark for someone else. So therefore, someone else should be able to film it during the dark.
You can do it during the middle.
Well, yeah, you should be able to film it from all directions. I mean, obviously,
when it disappears for you,
side.
When it disappears for you, somebody an hour west of you may still be able to see it.
Okay, that's what we're wondering: is how does that work, and is that true?
No, but no, because it just disappears for everyone for a few days.
I would think that that's how it would work.
Yes,
that means it.
So there is a moment where it disappears.
So it would have to go through something, right? We have to actually be physically going through something in order to just vanish and not be there at all. Right? I mean, I'm not saying that that's the only logical explanation, but I'm saying, doesn't that seem like the most logical one? It went somewhere, right? It traveled somewhere. It blipped.
I think the most logical thing is that it's there, but it's just in the sky, and the sky is brighter than the moon because it's so small. The sliver is so small, just like Venus.
When the moon's in the sky during the day, we still see dark, right? So why wouldn't we still see it? It should still be there if it's floating in the sky.
Yeah, if it's too thin, you can't. And also, the thinner it is, the closer it is to the sun. So it's like more and more glare. It's going to be hard to see.
I mean, in a way, what you're saying makes sense, but in a way, it's kind of teasing my inner flat earther, thinking, okay, come on, it's got to be more to that. You're just teasing me. Okay, just give me what, because you don't want to be able to say that. Right?
The other thing is, like, you can say that it disappears at dawn, but dawn for you, like I said, will be dark for someone else. So that means that someone else should be able to film it disappearing in the dark.
Right.
I'm not arguing the details of how you would see it. I'm just saying
I
saw it disappear. Yeah. I don't know how to explain it any other way except that. You could say, I mean, you can
just
disagree with me, but I don't know what else to, I don't know what else to do except defend what I saw,
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying to Matthew.
Right, yeah.
So
but it sounds to me like there's a little bit of doubt in his mind.
Yeah.
Like he really
we'd have to be able to film it disappearing.
Right.
Well, okay, so
why hasn't
November 11th or 12th, it's a day or two before the next new moon. If you get up at dawn, you'll see the moon rise before dawn, and it's this tiny little sliver. And as it's rising, eventually the sun will come up, and as the sun gets brighter and brighter and the sky gets brighter and brighter, eventually that little sliver will slowly fade into the sky and you won't be able to see it.
No, it didn't fade, dude. It was there. I looked down, I looked back up, and it was gone. That's how it disappeared. It didn't fade.
Is there video of this, Matthew?
It was gone. It was there and it was gone.
I don't have a video of it, but it's easy to watch. Anybody can do it once a month. Everybody has an opportunity to try it.
No, but I'm not saying I'm not asking if you have a video. I'm just saying, is there video of it happening?
I don't know. I saw it like October 12th or so. I got up early. I saw the moon in the sky. A little bit later, I went out and I couldn't see the moon anymore because the sun had risen. I didn't see it happen in the moment, but I don't assume that the moon like completely vanished somewhere. I'm just saying that I think it just got too bright to see it, because that's the reasonable thing. That's what happens to the stars every dawn. Or
But
I'm
then
telling
wouldn't
you,
it have
I'm a witness
disappeared?
to it. I'm telling you, it just vanished. It didn't fade out like what you're saying. It didn't. It was literally there. There was quite a bit of it there. It was a small sliver that I've ever seen, of course, but it was there. Okay, and the sun. Yeah, of course, the sun was rising. I'll admit that too. That's exactly what was happening. But I'm telling you, it was like it was there, and I could see the background of it. I could see the part that was dark, even. And then all of a sudden, it was all gone. There was no dark. There was no nothing. It just was gone. It didn't slowly vaporize. It literally blipped out of existence. I'm telling you.
Hey, Matthew,
As fast as it took me to blink my eyes down and then blink them back up again. That's how long it took for it to go from there and not there. You know what I'm saying? It didn't. I'm telling you, bro. It popped out of existence.
Hey, rookie, let me ask Matthew a question.
All right.
Matthew, you know how the moon waxes, gets bigger and bigger and smaller?
Yeah.
When it comes up in the morning, let's say, and it's a certain size of waxing, a sliver, however size, whatever it is, as it travels across the sky from east to west, does that waxing get larger throughout the day? Or
no, it gets just slightly smaller.
Well,
it's waning. Okay. If it rises before,
what he means is if it's supposed to, like, what he's saying is in the morning when, like, let's say you see the moon rising in the morning, okay, you see it up over there on the horizon, and okay, I've even lost what I'm thinking. Forget it.
No, you're right.
I just want to know if that waning part gets larger.
In other words, what he's saying is like once the moon comes up full, does it stay full the whole night? Is it always full all night, that whole entire night from the time it rises from the horizon until it hits the ground below the horizon, or whatever you want to call that, right? Or does it actually change the shape? Like, does it get bigger, or does it wax more and more as it grows over the earth? Does it change with that, or does it change on its own intermittently and just flips out and then comes back different?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So the full moon is a moment in time. So, for example, the next full moon is...
So it's landlocked for the day.
No.
Until it disappears.
The next full moon is October 28th at 1:24 p.m. And so before that, it's getting slightly bigger. And then after that moment in time, it's getting slightly smaller. Now, over the course of a single night, you probably won't notice it that much just because it only changes phase.
So then it does. So it's supposedly it does. Then.
Right. It changes slightly. The same thing, like if a waning.
That's what we thought too. That's the most logical explanation, right? If it's something up there rotating around us, right?
Yeah. If a waning moon rises right before the sun, then it's waning, and so throughout the day it's going to get smaller and smaller, slightly.
But my question is, what doesn't make sense to me though is how does it just disappear though? How is that possible? Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah,
like even it doesn't matter whether you think about it with a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It just doesn't make any sense. Like where would it go? It has to still be there.
I think it's
right because I saw part of it, and then all of a sudden it literally just was gone. You're not telling me that the background changed so slightly that quickly that it just vaporized. Come on, dude, that doesn't make sense.
No,
it should have vaped. It should have gone slowly, but it didn't. It just literally blipped, and that's what I don't get. That's the reason why I was so confused because I thought it was a joke. I really thought I was tripping.
Bible is like something that we're not, we take for, with a grain of salt. But if you do look in the Bible, that it does say something about gates. And I'm pretty sure
you're talking about the Book of Enoch, the gates.
I'm pretty sure the moon goes in one of these fucking gates for those 3 days, and it's literally gone and comes back in a new moon.
No, so Cookie is talking about the moon was already up in the sky, and I was saying I think that it gets dimmer and dimmer But he was saying he
But
glanced
I'm
down for a
telling
moment
you,
and then he glanced back
yeah,
up. He couldn't see it anymore. And
take a picture of
I
it.
think that's what happens if things get dimmer. Like at some point, you just lose.
I know,
mean,
but you know what I'm saying? Like the
I
likelihood,
do.
you hear what I'm saying though? I mean, like,
Yeah,
come on, give me a break on
you
that.
can see that happen to Venus every single morning. Like sit there staring at
I
Venus.
know.
It gets dimmer
Okay,
and dimmer, and then it disappears.
okay. But we all see the moon every day, okay? Venus is just another dot in the sky, right? Everybody knows the
Same kind
difference
of thing.
between the moon and the rest of it, right? So it's the most obvious thing. So that's the thing that we're going to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've never seen this before. I've been here 50 years on this planet, or wherever you want to call it, flat Earth, whatever. You want I don't care. I can't prove any of it, so, I mean, you call it what you want, right? It's the realm that we live in, right? What is it, though? Nobody knows. Can you confirm any of it? No. I mean, we know it's a plane of some kind, right? At least that's what I look at it. I don't know why you guys look at it differently, but it doesn't really matter, does it? However it works, it's working, right? Wherever we live on, whether it's whatever shape it is, right? It works. So what is the moon doing? And what is the moon if it can just disappear completely out of the sky? But you're telling me this thing rotates around me and it's some kind of a planet. I mean, but that doesn't make any sense to me when I look at it. It should still be there. Maybe it would be darkened and maybe it'd be very vague, but I should still be able to zoom in on it with a damn telescope and see it because I should be able to get at it at a different angle from a different perspective with different lightings. So I should still be able to see it, right? But if it does literally vaporize and disappear from the Earth and doesn't come back for 3 days, if that's really how it happens, then how can anybody really use that as an argument to say that it's nothing more than damn a reflection from the sky? Because I mean, other than that, what else could it be? Besides the same thing the sun is. We don't know, right?
Yeah,
it's just a light in the sky. We don't know what it is.
I'm telling you, it does make sense to me, and I think that it matches. So here's an example. What if you go outside in the middle of the day at noon and hold a coin up right near the sun? You're not going to be able to see the back side of the coin that's facing you. If it's just so bright, it's going to be hard to see the back side.
No, but if I put a mirror there, it would be really easy to make sure I could see both sides. I mean, that's all right.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
What are we talking about here?
Things can be dim enough that they're not visible.
What are we trying to herd me into? If the stars really are rotating around you like planets, like you guys claim, right? If they are rotating planets, like balls of gas, whatever you want to call them, rotating around us, and we're in some vivid space, whatever you call it, if that is true, then where in the hell did the moon go? It shouldn't disappear. It should still be visible.
It's still there. You're right. It's still there.
So unless it's just a reflection, which is what I've been saying my whole life, is that it's just a reflection. I don't know what it is, but it's a reflection. And that's why it waxes and wanes, because it's just a way of telling what time of the week it is. You know, like other than that, what's the big deal? I don't. But everybody like has this idea in their mind that, well, if you're born on this day and if that day comes around, and then come on, man, like.
Yeah, astrology is false.
You know how silly it sounds? Like, no, it's not. It's not even that. It's like I get the whole idea. It's interesting, right? But let's not add more to it than it needs to be. It's a silly idea, right? No one can prove anything with it. Come on, man. Like we're all sitting here having arguments about, like saying this. We don't know what the hell's up there. Well, we don't know anything, bro. We don't know.
Let me just add to that. It's not only rock, right, floating, orbiting, but it's gas also, right. Balls of gas.
Yeah, right. And you know that because you've been there.
No, I'm saying that's the story. So even that is kind of far-fetched, right?
Yeah, far-fetched doesn't mean false. It's internally consistent, at least.
No, it's not consistent.
Well, you can't and some would say that electricity, has to already have been there. But we could argue it. But if you were to make a 20-mile long circuit, it would still jump the circuit. So let's not argue about reality. We all know how electricity works. But what does that have to do with anything? What does that prove? What does that change for us all? Like how are we edifying our lives, or how are we changing? How are we growing intellectually? If all we ever do is argue about silly stuff that we really can't use to prove anything except our argument, or maybe just this is why I believe it. Why don't we just go out and find the evidence? Like somebody said, let's get video cameras from all different perspectives. Let's get videos of it. Let's find out what it is. Let's force our governments to listen to us. Let's keep throwing it in their faces every time. Get off your ass. Get off the couch. Go down to the damn mayor and tell him. Go down to City Hall and tell him. Go down there and ask to speak. They'll give you 2 minutes, won't they? If you live in the city and you pay taxes, then why wouldn't they? Go down there and tell them what you think about it. Tell them you're sick of this crap. Tell them you're sick of all the crap they put on TV. You tell them you're sick of all of it. You're sick of the whole idea, and we're sick of you thinking that we believe in it. Like, maybe if we start saying that, maybe they'll get sick of. Maybe they'll stop doing it. Who knows? You know, like, maybe they'll change their ways. I don't know. You know, like, but to not think at all, just give up and just say, sit on your hands and say, well, let God take care of it. That's kind of dumb too, isn't it? Like, to me, I mean, what kind of ignorant are we? I mean, we could be ignorant and say, well, you know, it doesn't really matter whether the Earth's flat or not, because that's what my dad says. But you know what? I think it does matter. I think that's the reason why we're arguing about it, and that's the reason why it's still an argument, because we can't prove it. But we all know that there's got to be some truth to it, but we just can't pinpoint it. Maybe it's never meant to be. Maybe it's just to toil us. Maybe that's the whole design of it, is just to mess with our heads. But we just sit here and squander it instead of like moving on and going, you know what? Let's just, you know, let's move to the next step. Let's go find out if it is true. Let's find out, how does it work? Let's go make, you know, let's go show it in court. Let's go prove it, and let's argue it in court. Why not? You can't win if you don't fight, right? In your butt and complaining, but then not doing nothing, or then telling everybody don't worry about it because you can't change it. Well, bullshit. How did it get this way? It got this way because no one gave a shit, right? So if we start giving a shit, maybe it won't. Maybe just giving a shit is all it takes to scare away. You know what I mean? How do you know? You don't try. But I mean, I think putting out the negativity and saying, "Oh, Nancy, you know, come on, we don't want to do that because we might get in trouble with the government." So, big deal. You've never been in trouble before? You ever taken a punch, man? You ever stood up for what was right before? For your sister or your mom or somebody? No? Well, what if somebody comes in your neighborhood and decides to tell you what to do? Then what are you going to do? Then you're going to be wanting to, like, what? Do something? Want somebody to protect you? Yeah, well, what if somebody doesn't? Then what? So now we're in a predicament because you got rid of the guns, you got rid of all this, and you got rid of all that because of your big complaints and you're whining and you're pissing and moaning about how we don't need it. And then now that we do, now it's too late, right? How's that going to help us? But let's just, yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm. But you believe in the system? Come on, nobody believes in it. When you watch TV, you really believe any of that stuff? Yeah, maybe some truth to it, but they're just twisting it so they can use it against you.
You're rambling,
They just want
rookie.
you to believe in the garbage. I'm just saying.
You're rambling. Slow down.
Sorry.
Wow, look at the time. 7:30 west of the Rockies, God Rockin'. 8:30 God Rockin' time. Probably 6:30 Storm Fire. Far out west of the Rockies. What's going on, guys?
Not much, XO. Nice to see you.
Baruch Hashem Adonai Elohim.
Thanks.
All right, welcome to the end of the world and the end of the internet. So, yes, all right. Tidal wave's coming, John. Stormfire. Tidal wave, man. The more you try to stop a tidal wave, you know what happens.
Gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, you just duck under it.
The more you get destroyed.
All right.
Or you swim under it.
Yep. The most powerful thing on Earth isn't Earth.
Will is the most powerful thing.
Is it Jesus Christ?
Oh, it's for Will.
He's right. He got it. Uh-oh. Sasha's, you know, the gears in Sasha's head, God Rockin'. I sprayed some WD-40 on him. I can almost finish the sentence. Hopefully that's possible tonight. But I sprayed some WD-40 on Truth Seeker, so he's been going for a while. God Rockin'. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I've been.
Well, I wasn't.
Next time I'm going to use brake cleaner.
Yeah, God Rockin' has me muted. Tell him to unmute me.
That's okay. I'm translating for you. I'm your translator. If you say anything that God Rockin' needs to hear, I'm going to tell him. Okay, so don't worry about that one. You know I got that job, no problem. The EXO's got you handled, Sasha 2.0. Don't even worry 1 second.
Okay.
We just went through all this about an hour ago.
I know. We go through this every so many weeks and months, and I have to, make sure
repeat it,
yeah. So, Yeah, looks like
Hey,
the Great
Matthew, I got to ask
Deception.
Matthew something here, XO.
Go for
Matthew,
it.
I just put a picture in the live stream text here in
Okay.
Earth Awakening,
I see it.
and it's a picture of the sun from the Utah desert,
Uh-huh.
and it's got these two beams of, I think they're electricity coming. You can see where they go into, there's a little circle on each side where they go into what I'm saying is the firmament. And there's a big reflection right above of it, which I'm also saying is the firmament. This is my opinion only. The big heavy reflection, the hot spot right there off the firmament, and out through the firmament on each side, there's a little hole where this beam of solid, high-powered electricity, and when they collide in the middle, it's like an arc welder. It creates this big light. This picture was taken from the Utah desert, Matthew. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I think it's just artifacts when they're stitching together a bunch of different photos to make a three-dimensional photosphere. Like you don't actually ever see that with your own eyes. You don't see those lines.
No, you don't actually see that, but why did this photo show it? This is not a bunch of pictures stitched together.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is.
just one photo.
No, that's how. It's using the 3D camera that Google uses for their Street View. You can see the lines, where the stitches don't match. Like if you look at the center of the sun, maybe at 4 o'clock from there, a little ways, there's another line right there. I mean, just look around Google Maps and use the Street View and scroll around, and you'll see these kinds of things occasionally, especially with bright lights and that type of thing.
Okay.
Was am I right that it's part of that's from Google Maps? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it's from Google, not Google Maps, but yeah, it's from Google Earth.
Oh, got it. Yes, I think it uses the same data, the Street View.
I just thought it was an interesting picture. I don't know why it came out like this.
In fact, I think you could like go anywhere in Google Maps or Google Earth and do the Street View during the daytime. Scroll around and see what the see what type of things you get when you look at the sun.
Hey Matthew, check out this picture I just posted. See there at the bottom. See that?
Is that a rainbow or something?
It's a still, yeah, of a rainbow and some lightning that happened at the same time, and it's pretty awesome.
That's a lucky shot. Good for you.
Pretty awesome. I was right there in my backyard. I've seen all kinds of cool stuff.
That's lightning in.
Yeah, but yeah, it happened. Like I got the video. I'll show it to you. I'll send it. I'll post it.
Wow.
Yeah, some lightning goes sideways. It doesn't all go up and down.
But just remember, I curse a lot when it happens. So you'll hear me cussing and laughing and giggling and stuff. So be prepared. Don't show it to your kids.
Are you one of those people that get struck by lightning once a year, Rookie?
I wish that'd be fun. That'd get me some attention. Wouldn't it? Be like if I could just plan that every year, yeah, that'd be awesome. It's never happened. I've almost died a few times, but I don't know if that counts. But I've seen some pretty cool stuff right here in my backyard. I don't know how to explain it. It just happens. But I'll post it.
Oh.
It's the video one morning I got woken up with some lightning that landed. I don't know where it landed, but it sounded like it struck like across the street or something. It scared me right out of bed. And then this is what I found in my backyard when I woke up. So I'll post it. Give me a second. This is why I can't use it. I can have that little spot at the top of the screen. There we go. I posted it. You guys want to check it out? But yes, I took that still picture out of that video. Just so you know. So I have the original too. I just uploaded that to YouTube so I can share it with everybody.
Cool. Yeah, I saw the lightning.
Pretty cool, huh? Shit, man. It stayed there for like a long time. My wife was like, "What is that?" I go, "I don't know. Figure you explain it to me." I have no idea. But it came with lightning, and the lightning stayed inside of that little barrier, that little like rainbow. It was really weird. And someone analyzed it. A couple people analyzed it and was telling me that there might be something to it, but I don't know if there was or not. I just know that it was an interesting day, and I took a video of it. It's pretty interesting. But I got woken up with lightning hitting the ground somewhere near my house. It woke me right up out of bed. It scared the crap out of me, bro. I was like, "What the heck?" And I walk outside and I see that in the backyard. I'm like, "Whoa, this is trippy. I gotta get this on video." And there you go. Just in case anybody ever asks the question, like, do I really believe things are fake TV? Yeah, if you really want me to show you what I mean by that, I made a video, but I won't share it like publicly because I don't want anybody's Discord channel to get erased. So, but if somebody wants to email me or send me a friend request or whatever, I'll share something.
Hello.
Hey, Aiden. How's it
Hey.
going?
Hello.
Hey, Matthew. How's it going?
Doing well.
Cookie, what video were you talking about?
Posted a video that I took in my backyard.
Just now, 38 past the hour.
Not in the one where you click on it, but the one where you, like when you click on it on the list, like when you come into the room. There's like two rooms. There's two little chats. Sometimes you get confused. If only I had the stuff on video that I saw, but I didn't think to record, then I'd really have some stuff. But I do have a couple of good videos.
Man, it's so quiet here now.
Talk to us, Eden. What do you want to talk about?
Okay. I would like to pitch you a product.
Sign me up.
Okay. There's a corporation looking at you and it wants to save your soul. I would like to sell you the Soul Savior 2000.
I'm already covered, so I'm good. Thank you, though.
What are you saying? Are you kidding? Phil?
Well, it's just for an idea.
Just for
Story idea.
Oh yeah, no, my soul's already God's, but I just thought of weight gain 4,000 or whatever that weight gain, whatever from South Park. So sorry. Sorry to interrupt, but it made me laugh.
That's hilarious. I'm glad you shared that.
Champion, man. But man. Anyway, sorry. I'm really sorry. I was not trying to discredit the product idea for you. I had a hyper thought. My bad.
Oh, that's not good. The weight gain 4,000.
Oh yeah, with some cheesy poofs.
All right, how many voice changes are you guys using?
Wait, what? There's a madman with a mad plan, and he's dancing at your door.
You have to remember one thing. You may not think it's true, you may argue with it, but a lot of guys that are online think that women are fake, right? We just think that they're not women, probably just girls, or the guys that are pretending to be girls just to see what kind of how guys react or something, right? So we're just really cautious. So when we meet a girl, especially if she has a really, really young sounding voice, or if it sounds like a background noise or something, or a weird tinny voice or something, we always just wonder, maybe it's not really. That's the reason why we make the joke. It's nothing against you personally, just so
Yeah.
It's just.
I never once thought that. I've always thought you were a woman.
Well, I totally understand the paranoia. You know what's funny is 5 years ago, I probably would have been like more offended, like, oh, what? But like, I totally get the
We'll
paranoia.
admit it, there's so few women that really take flat earth seriously.
Yeah, I just sometimes like don't know how to address it, so I kind of just ignore it because, like, I wouldn't want to sit here and try to be like convince you. You know what I mean? But I also literally don't have another voice, so.
You have the same opportunity that anybody else does. I was just teasing. Like I said, I was just kidding around. I was just letting you know why I made the joke. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, I got you though.
Any guys in here that want to confirm that would be nice too.
I don't know, maybe if I ever see you guys at a flat Earth convention or something.
No, I meant no. I meant like that the guys worry that people are fake. You know what I mean? It's easy to have someone do that to you.
Cute.
I know, I guess especially with like bots and everything out nowadays. Have you heard the dead internet theory? The idea that like the internet was taken over by bots.
Makes sense.
I do think that's pretty terrifying.
I understand. I get where they're coming from. Like that somebody like got into the computer and taught a bunch of robots, you know, just to sit there and think about things to make up stories about, right? And then they just generated. They just have this, you know, algorithm. They just generate. They just put information into it, and it just randomly just generates a bunch of repetitive bullshit, right? It just makes up stuff and writes it, and then puts it out on the internet. Makes sense.
Well, I mean, or it's like, or like our world is like carefully crafted so that we think we know, you know, what's out there in the world, but we don't notice that even as we're driving on highways, you know, like even if you're like driving around America, you could somehow like, you're guided in such a way that you don't notice that like large areas of the entire planet of like the landmass are sectioned off, you know? And so it's like, even as you go from, even as you go from city to city, it's like,
yeah, there's places all over. I know, I see it all the time. There's parts of the neighborhoods where they just make you go around it for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It makes sense, but there's like weird like alleyways and stuff that don't go anywhere. There's all kinds of weird stuff, but you know, it's just what it is. There's weird stuff. Sometimes people just in the middle of nowhere just start building something weird, and they don't explain it. They just leave it there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, old mines and things like that. Like people come out. You know, like I live near an area where there's a mine nearby, old mine on the mountain. So there's all kinds of little holes that come from up there where the mine is that drain down into the bay or into the river right here where I live. But it goes around my town because my town's like right in the middle of area where those beds go. You know, so. I learned this by researching. I found one of them one day when I was driving around. I'm rolling again, sorry. I didn't mean for you to stop talking.
Can't think of any topics to bring up.
Oh, okay. So you're just like the rest of us then. We're all just gonna sit in here with our heads together until one of us bangs our head on the wall or something. Whatever. Let's go with it.
I mean, I guess it's because I haven't been like studying lately. I plan to like try to find a good book about the ether at some point though. And try to understand more.
Here's a topic. Why did the eclipse happen last weekend? And did any of you see it?
I saw it. To the home.
My area was cloudy.
Fully. Yeah, I only saw it for a little bit because it was cloudy, but I didn't miss the end of it.
They teach me something every time, man. Every time.
I've seen it 6 years ago or whenever it was again last time in North America, where you could see part of it. You know, sorry, my voice is kind of going.
So okay, so the eclipse. Okay, sorry if I this kind of sounds stupid, but like the moon is like invisible, right? As it passes through.
Is it?
I don't know much about eclipses.
Okay.
Right. The eclipse is allegedly caused by the moon going in front of the sun.
But we can't see the moon
If
because
that's what's really happening.
Yeah, so 2 days before the eclipse happened, I got up early and I saw the small like sliver of a waning moon right before sunrise. But as the day progressed, as dawn got brighter and brighter, eventually even that sliver disappeared because the sky was too bright. I mean, the same thing happens with stars or with Venus. You can try this out tomorrow morning. Go outside before sunrise and you can see Venus, a bright star-looking thing in the sky. And if you stay out there for 2 hours, as the sun gets up higher and higher, you'll see the sky gets brighter and brighter, and eventually it's so bright that you can't see Venus anymore.
Be honest, Matthew. Venus never disappears; it just appears to. It's still there if you look at it.
That's right. It's still. That's what I'm saying. It's still there.
But you don't see the moon through a telescope; it disappears, Matthew. So it's a little bit.
Yeah,
the same thing happens. The same thing happens to Venus as to the moon.
You say so, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you just the other thing you can do is sort of plot it, and you can carefully plot the position of the sun and the moon, and then when the sun and the moon intersect, that's when the eclipse happens.
I mean, that's one of the things I gotta like sit down and put the time into studying it. That and like the transit of Venus across the sun.
Ooh, I saw that.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yeah.
You're going to find out the same thing I did. There's a whole bunch of speculation, nothing except what people have seen and claimed. So what you have to do is kind of see it for yourself and make your own judgment. That's the best thing you should do.
Well, because I read
just like with anything, you know, read it for yourself, come to your own conclusions based on what you know, what's right for you. If something, you know, bothers you or brings up something in your life that makes your life like horrible, then don't do it. If it makes your life good and it doesn't hurt anybody around you, then who cares, right? And saying hurt nobody else, then why can't you do it, or why can't you enjoy it? That's the way I look at things.
True.
But when it comes to the moon, like, no, I've seen too much to know. So I just don't know. I can't tell you. I've seen it disappear, but I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. All I know is that it ain't no planet.
Yeah.
Might be a reflection off of a planet or something. During the hell, you know, it's just not possible. When you get to see it for yourself, then you. All right, Jeremy.
Yo, what up? What's up?
I said, isn't that right, Jeremy? Isn't that what everybody always says? Whenever they don't know what to say, they just start asking what Jeremy thinks.
Come on, man. I can tell you what I think.
Get the joke. Okay, what do you think? What do you think about it?
What's it about,
okay,
though?
that works. About the moon. Where does it go?
Where's what go?
The moon. When it disappears, where does it go?
What?
The moon.
What's up?
You know, the moon, the thing in the sky? Where does it go when it disappears? Where does it go? Does it go through a portal? Does it vaporize? Does it
just goes away from us.
Planet?
It goes away from you. No, it just goes away from you.
He's not talking about the moon
Where does
setting.
it go?
He's talking about the new moon. Like, why can't we see the new moon for 24
Where does
hours?
it go? 3 days, whatever it is.
Oh, I don't know about the new. Is that the moon? It could be the moon. I don't know.
You see eclipses, right? We've all seen them.
I mean, you should be able to take a picture of it, and if
Right.
if there's earth shine hitting the moon, then you should be able to at least, like, if you had a good quality camera, maybe see some craters or something.
But what are they? What are you seeing up there? How come you can't see it very good? You need a telescope. Oh, yes, you know.
Oh wait, a new moon is we. What's up? Bro, I got my volume turned all the way up. I don't know if my earbuds.
I was just trying to get you in the conversation,
like,
damn it. I like to hear your voice sometimes, damn it, all right?
Thank you.
I like to give you a hard time, but I do actually. You're a good guy, dude. You have a lot to say and you're smart, so what do you think about that shit? Like, you're there, you're listening.
I mean, I try.
Say something. Damn it.
I mean, bro, when it comes to the sky, we're just playing guessing games. You know what I mean?
Of course, right. I mean, I just want to hear you say it because, you know, it helps me feel like it doesn't sound so stupid when I say it and then I don't get a response from anybody. You know, like, it's like, I just want to hear it once in a while. Someone say, you know what, you're right. Yeah, it's just dumb. Yeah. Sometimes I forget. Like, I start to wonder.
I mean, I like to speculate.
Well, you know what I mean? Like, when you're in a room full of people and
when it comes down to it, I mean, who the fuck knows?
Yeah. I guess you so many people come in here and they say your name specifically to you and who knows.
I think the sky is working in a very weird way that we may not understand as humans. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I can't stop thinking of the sun as just like a highlight now.
What's up?
Like the concept that the sun is just a highlight, so everybody sees it in like a slightly different place.
It's a point of light. I get you.
Oh, I definitely think that's true.
I think it's coming from somewhere else. It's an astral projection of some kind. It's a point of light. It's focused in. Is there another way to explain it besides that? There's a nightlight next to the bed, okay? That's what it is. I drew a picture of it. It's just a bedroom. There's a footstool, and there you are. There we are, underneath that footstool. The four corners and pillars and all that stuff, right? What else makes sense?
It's really interesting to me. It's really interesting to me, like the thought, because when you think about like I know, okay, some people come in here, like Jay asked the other day, and he's like, "Oh, I'm just here to study the psychology of it." But I'm really interested in the psychology of like the scientist bigwigs, and the powerful people of the earth who are trying so desperately to hide the evidence of a creator and making up like elaborate theories about this basically like terrarium.
Well, you have to understand spiritual part, and that's the way you can see and what you can't see. I don't even want to. Well, anybody else want to comment on it? I know it's there, but I can't feel it. I know it's there, but I don't see it. Like, I don't see little shadows. I don't see ghosts. I don't see nothing like that. But I can tell you I felt things that I don't know what it is, but it's sure something there. Something looks at you. I don't know how else you do it except your body, your spirit jumps out of your body and runs down the street, and you're just sitting there going, "Hey, wait for me!" That's kind of what happens, you know. Like you just go, "What?" But like, most of the time, those are such like experiences that we usually try to tell ourselves that, oh, that just happens when you're a kid, and you just that's why you don't remember what happened, and that's why well, you didn't really see what you saw. Well, maybe you did. I felt something before. I felt something really evil, and I had to ask my stepmom, and then she got mad because I figured out why we were there. We were there to pray for some lady because she had a ghost in her house, and I figured it out because I was like, why is there this weird thick stuff in this room? Like, why is there something going on in here? Like, I got really spooked, and I was like, what's going on here? And then she told me, well, I'm here to pray, and I'm like, what? And then I realized that they were. I guess this woman thought she had a ghost that was an entity that was following her or something. I don't know. I don't know if I believed in it then or if I do now. All I know is that something was in that house and it scared the crap out of me. It was like a man that wasn't there, but it was definitely a person there. Some kind of person in the house. It scared the crap out of me. And it scared the kid and it scared everybody else in the house. And no one even told me until after they were already praying against the thing. But it scared me pretty bad. I mean, maybe it's listening. But it scared me.
Yeah. No, I've had those experiences too. Like, times where like, well, I told you. I don't know who here was in the chat. But I talked about it here before.
I remember. I think I remember you talking about something a while back, a couple days ago. But I don't know if you got through the whole story or not. I might have to leave or something.
I mean, because I'm still like studying and trying to figure it out. Because I only like kind of woke up to this stuff like about 2.5 years ago now. Like like a year into COVID, and like the flat Earth for me, like realizing that like made me immediately go to God and start like reading the Bible and stuff, But even before that, like I've had a lot of experiences where like it felt like there's like some thing there, and if I was ever able to remember to say a prayer like the Lord's Prayer, then it was like I could like get protection from it or make it go away. But then like for the times that I didn't remember or it didn't occur to me, and it's like what I'm trying to understand now is it seems.
What is the stuff that you posted? Or somebody posted? Somebody posted some art. Is that?
Yeah, so there's just some images I generated for like just a stupid dystopian story. Where the state takes over and makes their own religion.
I was just noticing in there. I was asking.
Yeah, so like the Soul Savior is like the Siri or like Alexa device, except it's like transformed into like a religious thing. By the state.
See it going that direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
especially with children nowadays, easily if they're fooled by.
Well, and everybody's so comfortable with like listening devices in their homes. Like it shocks me when people like willingly put the like like the Siri and Alexa devices like in their home,
I don't see what's killing. They're not doing anything wrong. It's a big deal. I mean, yeah, it is creepy knowing that it's recording, just in case I ask a question. Hear me. I mean, is that really what it's doing? Or am I being? Couldn't tell you. And could them collecting that information hurt me? I don't know. I really don't. Like, no. But what I do know is that when I'm ready to unplug from it, I will. Like a decision I have to make. Me that way, then I'll just I'll unplug it. It won't keep track of me anymore. Okay? But yes.
I guess one thing we can always count on is that like these things are a lot harder to pull off than I think.
But I mean, you can make a recording device small enough to where you could stick it in anywhere. You could hide it on anybody if you really wanted to record somebody and track them or whatever. You could, right? Like if you really put your mind to it, right? So I mean, I guess there are people like that, but why would anybody do that to me? I don't know. I have no clue. I've never done anything to anybody that I know of. And if anybody's got anything against me, then let me know. You know, otherwise I don't know. But you know, like, can imagine. But I mean, at the same time, I get where you come from. I don't see what's the big deal. You want the stupid technology and you want to be able to ask a question at any moment, Squirrel will answer you and give you an answer. So it sounds like a person talking, even though that's not real and that's not real interaction or even real or even an AI at all. It's just a stupid computer program that literally reads the information you say, puts it into that little box on the internet, and then types it in, and then again, when it gets something, it spits it back out and gives you a certain thing. That's all it does. That's simply what it is. It's a trick, a stupid parlor trick. So I don't understand. Right? Like, I get it, but smart TV, okay, no, they're not smart, because if they were smart, they would only put on the stuff, they would only show me TV shows I want to see. They wouldn't give me all this crap. They wouldn't give me, like, whatever, trying to convince me of products and all this other crap. They just let me buy what I like, and they just feed me more of what I want, right? But they don't do that. They feed me what? You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I agree with you in a way, but, like, what would you do with that information except just try to sell me crap that I don't need, which is what you're already doing anyway. So, like, it's not like I'm not aware of that, right? I'm aware of that. I'm 50 years old. I've been around long enough to figure that part out. I know there's subliminal messages. I know there's evils. I know. I understand it all. Like, I'm not sure that it's hurting me. I just stand in the store and laugh every time I look at a new one, and I think, wow, there's another 666. Never thought it would be looking like that. But wow, I'll be amazed. This happens every day. But what do I do about it? I don't know.
You just live in it, I guess.
To live in it, but I mean, I'm thinking that I want to change it, but I'm trying to figure out what would make sense. What kind of action would make any sense? What would help me at all? Or would help anybody, right? Besides just make me look bad or make me look silly. Right? Make me look like a religious nut or whatever you want to call it. Some cultist. I just want to see it for myself. But I know that I'll probably never see that. I'll have to die first. But that's cool. That's something to wait for. Right?
But you don't want to die. Isn't that scary?
No, I don't want to die because I know that I'm probably here for more reasons than just myself. Obviously. That's why I think I get upset with people and they say, oh, evil sucks and I wish everybody was good all the time. You don't wish that, trust me. Life would be very boring. Very boring. I'm not saying suffering is good. I'm just saying, I think it's all part of the package. You just got to either deal with it or you don't.
I mean, I'm just doing my best to try to understand the actual situation,
Well, basically what I've figured out is basically every war that I've been told about has been a lie. Whatever reason we fought for, whether people died or not, I have no idea. I've heard stories and I've seen experiences and heard nightmares about it, but I don't know. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I can tell you that it's horrible and it's disgusting, but I don't know. Like, to know the actual reasons why policies were made and why people fought and killed each other for it, I have no idea what that real reason was. Can't prove it, nor would I even waste my time trying, right? I look at it and think, well, people are dumb, right? And his story is his story. You know what I mean? I know what happened. I remember things. I remember when 9/11 happened. I was alive. I was sitting in my living room. I was recovering from a back surgery, and it terrified me. I thought the world was coming to an end then. I thought, oh, Nostradamus' secret came out, and it was all going to happen, right? Because I had been watching that silly movie about him and all that, and I believed all that crap, and here I am. How many years later, and I'm still around, and we're still talking about the same kind of silly stuff, but everybody making it sound like as if this is some new thing, but it's not. It's been going on. I've known about this for a long time, but good luck getting anybody to listen to me. And now I finally get an audience, and then everybody gives me a hard time about it. It's like, wow, guys, that's the way I feel anyway. I know I'm just a big grown-up man and kid trapped in a grown man's body, but I'm still wondering what the hell it all means too. But I know that God exists, and I'm gonna stick with that. Whatever. I'm not gonna go. You don't have to accept that, but long as you treat me with respect, I'll do the same for you. That's all I can expect from anybody. Live and let live, right?
I mean, I guess that's the thing to figure out, because there's always stuff popping up like that's, really interesting that might imply end times or whatever. And then like it passes and you realize like, oh, it's just, like we're still here, everything, like nothing. Well, I don't
think
know.
the end
It's
of
just,
the world happens like in the movie.
it doesn't happen like it doesn't
not
happen
how
like
it
a
works,
climactic movie.
It happens for everybody differently because we all die, and when we all die, we get judged, right? And we go wherever we go until judgment, whatever that place is. It either is or it isn't, right? Yeah, but I don't know all the answers. I got lots of ideas, and I've got lots of experiences, but how they add up to what that means, I don't know. That's interesting finding out, I guess. It has been. It's been interesting. But I'm wondering about all the things that I'm not aware of. Like, what about all the frequencies of sound that I can't hear that are going on? Like, how do I know they're not affecting me? And the ones that I am hearing, am I hearing them or am I going deaf? I'm wondering a lot of things in my life right now. And I'm kind of wondering about it and wondering if like these sounds and like the frequencies and the radio waves that are going on around me, seeing as how I can hear them looping back in on me and that kind of stuff, weird stuff. It makes me wonder about things. How does that work?
Have you ever tried magic mushrooms?
No, I don't believe I have. I have done acid before. I think I did mushrooms once, but I didn't get high.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should become a psycho.
Why would I need to do that?
And explore consciousness.
Why would I need to fry on some drug and then change my whole perspective just to understand something that makes sense to me? Why would I need to
Isn't that what you seek? Understanding.
I do, but not at that sacrifice. I'm good.
Oh, I
God
see.
wants me to see something a certain way, he'll send it to me, right? I don't need to take mushrooms. Why would I need to do that? That's ridiculous. You see my point? It's like,
Well, what if he wanted you to take it?
well, then I guess he'd tell me, wouldn't he? And we wouldn't be having this conversation. Right? Kind of like when those people knock on my door, I don't get mad at them because they come to the door. I believe that they believe in their religion and they think that by saving me or telling me that truth or whatever is going to help them somehow. I'll let them do it. I'll sit there and listen to them for a minute. And then I'll tell them, okay, thanks, and whatever. I let them go away. I don't make a big deal out of it. I'm not an asshole to them. But I don't necessarily believe what they have to say. I think they're full of shit, but that's just my opinion. Because I have a different experience. So, but I let them go on and go down the street and do their own thing, right? I don't chase them down the street or try to hurt them or tell them they're bad people or tell them stay away from my house, or I just tell them, look, I don't agree, but have a nice day. That's all I can do.
Okay.
Right. But
I don't know if I agree.
I'm not going to go knocking on your door and telling you, hey, you need to believe.
I mean, I don't agree with that, but I guess I'll respect your right to peacefully protest.
Protest what? It's not protesting.
Protest the occupation.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with missionary work. I'm just saying that I don't necessarily believe that that's just not my calling. That's just not me. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, I have to live with my mistakes.
I think you should see a shaman. You need to see a shaman.
No, I don't. I don't need a shaman. I have God. Thanks anyway.
But do you know what the afterlife is?
I don't know. Do you?
I think so.
Well,
Mere only
but you won't know till you die,
speculation.
right? So I mean, we can stand here all day, but I'll listen to your theories, but I got some too.
Well, my theory is actually reincarnation.
Well, I might believe in that. Maybe that would make sense, but only if you only came back because you didn't do it right. So if you have an
Well, there
accomplishment you're
is no
supposed to
right
do,
or
you don't.
wrong. It's
But,
you're only here to experience.
right.
That's
So
why
you're
God created
forcing
the universe.
away freedom of will. Then that's what you're saying. You want to take away free will. That's not good, right? God gave us all free will. Why would you want to take that away?
What? I never said I want to
Just
take
because
it
you
away.
don't. Well, isn't that what everybody thinks? Like if God gave you that option, would you do it? Would you take away free will so that everybody was good
No,
all the time?
of course
Take away
not.
evil?
No,
Make
of
suffering
course
go away
not.
permanently? Think about it. But think about that.
I
It's
mean, I
important. You think
wouldn't,
about it now.
because that's not how good cannot exist without evil. They need each other
There
to
you
be
go.
defined respectively.
Exactly. Right. So why are we having a misconception? We should understand that we both understand the same thing. Right?
Well, I was talking about
There's
the
good and
afterlife.
evil, and they're both
Or
necessary.
about good and evil.
But the afterlife is basically the beginning.
The beginning of the what? Of the
Well, you had
next
a life before you
chapter.
came here, right? You existed before you came here, right? You got put into this body, right?
I
I
believe
believe
so.
that. I can't prove it, but I believe it. I believe that I had knowledge of who I was before I came here. It's just it was taken away for that reason, so I would learn, so I could understand good and evil, because I needed to. So I was a good being, maybe, or maybe I was a bad being. I don't know. Whatever I was, God gave me the ability to make that decision, and therefore nobody's going to take that away from me, right? That's my decision. So if you really think about it, the end of the world is every day for whoever it happens to be. Every person that experiences this place, it's different for everybody, right? So the end of the world might be today for me, and tomorrow it might not be for you, right? Because you're not leaving yet. But when you do leave, you'll understand, right? You'll get it. It'll all make sense because you'll remember everything. It'll be revealed to you. And then suddenly you'll go, oh, I get it. This is what God was trying to say. Then it'll make sense. Whether or not, you know what I'm saying, right? Don't we all believe that exists, that there's an answer at the end? We want to, right?
Well, I don't think
Is
there is
that
an
so
answer at
crazy?
the end. You have to create the answer.
Okay. But still, you realize that you came here to do something and you were given a gift to create either hell for yourself here or what? Heaven for yourself, right? So it's up to you. So it's just a matter of how many times you got to come back. Is that what you believe? You just keep coming back until you do it right, right?
No, I
Or until
believe
you
you come
figure it
back.
out.
No, that's not. I believe you come back
Okay.
infinite times. It never ends.
Oh, I see. Well,
Yeah.
then
I
it's already
used
over.
to, yeah, I used to think that, but I don't think that
If that's
anymore.
true, then it's already over. It would be already over then. We would already be at judgment, but it never happens, right? So it means it's perpetual. It doesn't end. It's a gate. It flows. It's just like the moon goes through the hole and it comes back out the other side. We don't know why. It just does. Get it? You know what I mean? It's like some things just don't make sense. Why does it need to? I mean, sometimes it just, okay, well, there's this thing in the sky, it's a light, and it moves around, and we can tell the time of the month by it. That's great. I mean, it helps us know when to go fishing, and there's all kinds of things it can help us do by knowing that information. I've known that since I was a little kid because someone taught me that. It taught me about the tides. It taught me about the water and the level of the ocean, all that. I've known about that since I was a little kid. It's always made sense to me. Why everybody else seems to be arguing about it now and why they've been arguing it for the last 30, 40 years, I don't know. It seems to make sense to me that it's just a level plane. You know, everybody
Did you
bases
always
everything
know
that way.
about?
It just makes sense. No, I was told when I was 8, but it made sense to me. It was showed to me in the Bible. It was explained. And people, they even told me about these companies that make all these chemicals and they put things in people's food. They even told me about that. And I didn't believe them. I thought they were just crazy at first, you know, like, but the flat earth thing settled in on me. It really did. But of course my parents wouldn't, I couldn't just talk about that in front of my parents. They kept telling me, nah, you know, don't listen to those people. They're crazy. But I've
So
always
they were
wondered.
anti-flat earthers.
No, not necessarily.
Well, I mean, if they don't
Some people
accept
just
you,
don't. A
they're
lot of
killers.
people that are religious, when they're really stuck in their religion and they really believe what they've read all these years and they've convinced themselves that it means this or that, and then someone comes and tells them different, and they go back and read it and they realize that they're wrong. It hurts. So there's a lot of people that do that. And I that's the only way I can explain it. You know what I mean? I don't know
Okay.
why. Why would you read the Bible and see anything except what it says right there, plain as day? Pretty obvious. Just read it for yourself. What does it
Well,
say
I
to you?
interpret the Bible as more of a
You know?
metaphor. But yeah, I get
Okay,
what.
well then, but that's you going beyond what's there, right? It just says what it says, right? It's for you. It's there for you to read and accept, or you could say you want to argue with it and say that it's wrong, or
Well,
you
it's
could
an
go a
ancient
whole different
text
ways.
that's been translated hundreds of times, so it's open to interpretation.
Sure. Right. It's supposed to be. Why?
So
Because
my
important to
question
you,
is,
right? Because
when
it's
did you learn
directed
about?
towards you, and each person is individually. That's why it's different for you. So when you read it, it's going to mean something different. I hope it does. Probably should. If it doesn't, then there's something wrong, because then you just believe what I told you, or you're just believing what I was told, and someone told me to tell you, and that's all I did was tell you. I didn't know. You know, like, how do you explain that? I don't know. No, have I ever made a decision to deliberately tell someone a lie? Not really, unless I was trying to get something from them or they did something to piss me off. I really don't do that. But I mean, yeah, I guess maybe I thought about it before, but you know, like, you get where I'm going with that? It's like, I don't get it. I'm confused. But no one to me. I've never been like that. Like, I guess sometimes I get irritated with people because they won't listen and I keep sending messages and they just keep ignoring me or they just keep telling me I don't want to hear it. It's like, well, why won't you listen to me? Just see what I'm seeing so that you can tell me that I'm not crazy, that at least you see my side of it, why I believe what I believe. That's all I ask for people mostly. Because, like, I don't expect people to believe me. I don't expect people to. I just want the people that I love to actually hear why I believe what I believe and then not get angry at me and think that I'm just crazy because I believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen to what I have to say and at least admit that it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they won't even do that, and it upsets me. It does. It makes me very upset. That's the only reason why I have a problem. That's why I get upset. Is because people won't listen, and they don't realize how important that is for a normal person, or especially a person who has emotional problems like I do, and the empathetic and all that, and have all kinds of issues because I was abused and stuff like that happened to me. So of course, I'm just sensitive. You know, I worry about what I care. So when I try to tell someone something and I really believe it, and I see evidence for it, and I've literally found all this stuff and compiled it, right? And I feel I'm proud of it, right? I want to share it with somebody. And then when you share it with somebody and they reject you and they're rude about it, and then they don't want to talk about it, and then they just tell you that you're an asshole and that they don't ever want to talk about that ever again because you're just an asshole and you've ruined it. It's like, what? Like, yeah, that hurts. You know what I mean? Like, tell me that wouldn't hurt. Like, if somebody said that to you, regardless of what you believed in. Like, it hurts, right? Like, I get it if you don't believe what I believe in, but at least just say, well, you know, I get where you're coming from. You want to be a good person and you think this is the right way to be, then do that. Well, what am I going to say about that? But, you know what I mean? Like, what else would you say besides that? I mean, why would you be cruel beyond it? You know what I'm saying? Like, what would be the purpose of
Oh
that? Unless you
yeah,
just had like some kind of vendetta, right? You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm
I'm just
kind
being
of.
honest with you, right?
Should I go to the store to
I'm just
get
telling
some
you.
like late night snacks, or is that cringe?
What I'm talking about. I don't know. Is that
I'm
cringe?
kind of
Why would you
hungry
ask me?
for
I don't
ice cream.
know. We get something to eat, dude. Then walk to the store and get some food, bro. Sounds good to me. Bring me something. Where you at? I'll bring you something.
Uh, yeah, I don't know what I would even get.
I don't know. The only place to get anything would be like something. I'm going. What's this I hear about you? Sasha 2.0. True secret. What's it?
What's that?
Did you mention that? Did you say you're a flat earther and you changed or something? What are you talking about? You never were a flat earther. Not that I've ever known.
Oh, I'm an ex-flat earther.
Does that? How would you be an ex flat earther? I've never heard you ever say you believe in flat. How would you? You've always told me that you were trying to find out, but when was this? Seriously. When I met you, it was what, 4 or 5 years, 6 years ago, maybe? Whenever it was, when I came on Discord. We talked like hours and kind of friends ever since. Kind of, sort of. Not necessarily agree with each other, but you know, I can say you're a friend. Not mean. We got to fight so long. Don't you agree? Who here has been in a fight in the last 3 or 4 years? Like a fist fight. Just punch somebody. It's pretty good. For real. Nobody? Me neither. Been a long time. Teenager last 30, 40. Come close though. Real close. Something I thought about fighting was because every time I watch that movie, what would it really be like to just do something stupid? People for no reason, just somebody. I always wonder what that would be like, even though it sounds nice. Maybe there is something weird coming out of it. We do it all the time, right? They're boxers, and athletes, and whatever, and whatever. I guess people do that. I always wonder, like, what's the coolest job in the world? Like, what do you think it would be? If, of all the things, could be a job, right? What do you think would be like the ultimate job? To where like you really just would never get bored and you enjoy your job so much. I'm trying to think. I think the only way that would be fun is if and funds it could just buy anybody anything and just things for doing nice, no matter what it costs. Just going around and finding people that are in need and help them. Not asking for nothing else, just help them and move on. It's sort of fun of it. So it'd also be cool if you could fix them, perform, heal them. That'd be awesome. I always thought that would be fun. If you just help people. And I guess I do help people in a certain way. You know, like people in my neighborhood. Like my buddy came home today and his truck was in the middle of the street. I was like, "What's going on?" Like transmission cooler line broke. Oh, dude, we're gonna fucking get in the driveway and stuff. Somebody mentioned earlier, like, man, you're a sucker. What are you talking about, man? If I ever need help, man, that man is always right over here, man. Come over and help me every time. He knows I need help him. But it is. I don't know him that well. I don't need to. I know he's got a family and he cares about his family, so I respect that. So I don't even need to talk to him. Just know that he's cool. As long as I respect him and his family, he's gonna do the same for me. That's exactly how it worked. Everybody in this neighborhood. We had some crazy people. Yeah. We're last. There's a car chase, and people jumped out of the car right here and across the street, parked it right in the drive, right in the middle of the yard of the neighbor's house, and then ran down here and jumped the fence and got chased by the cops and then shot at him and stuff. And almost got killed. I was like, damn, dude. Happened right here, right in my neighborhood. Of course, I don't know. If I was running from the cops, I don't think I'd hurt somebody if I jumped in the yard. And, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm not. The cops are all telling me to go in the house. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not going in the house. I'm going to go and search my yard and make sure there's nobody abandoned in there hiding somewhere. You know what I mean? I'm not stupid. I'm out here with a flashlight looking around, and he's like, he doesn't listen very good, does he? I go, no, I don't, because you ain't going to tell me what to do, bro. I said, I'm going to look in my yard and make sure there ain't no damn criminal out here, man. When I'm satisfied, then I'll go back. Until then, kiss my ass. It's my property. You get the fuck out of here. You know? Dumbass. I guess he thought, he was going to tell a 50-year-old what to do on his own fucking property, right? Shut up, dude. In the back. I heard them over there mumbling to each other about how I didn't listen when they told me to go in the house. I did. I went in my yard and I searched my yard. And now that I'm satisfied there's nobody in the yard, I'm waiting until you catch the dude, and then I'm gonna go back in the house, go to bed, just like I normally do. But I get shaking, and cops. All of a sudden, there's 7, 8, 9 cop cars all over the neighborhood, and dogs barking, and people chasing people, and gunshots going off. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little, but I'm not gonna go in the house and hide like a dummy. I'll make sure my yard's clean. Especially when I'm home by myself and it's just me and the daughter, man. You can't. 13, you can stop nobody. It's my job.
Oh wow. So, what would you say has been the most important, or some of the most influential moments of your life?
Well, influential. When both of my daughters were born, I got married both times. Both times I almost got killed those days. One time, I almost got killed. That was stupid. But other than that, I had all kinds of fooled around with kinds of women and done all kinds of stupid things and been drunk and done drugs and made mistakes and slept with strange people and all that. Not really much I haven't experienced. I haven't killed anybody. Harmed anybody that wanted to a couple times. Really, I've been through a lot of shit emotionally and all that, but other than that, life hasn't been. I'm still able to get around. I'm still able to ride my motorcycle, play with my toys, and my wife's clothes me rotten, and we can afford, the gas and ride around and just work because the back and whatever. But I don't know. I really can't complain much, really. I do, but most people look at my life. You're lucky, man. You got a place to live. I don't own it, but I lost $500,000 house 20 years ago. Lost all my investments basically because I invested them into that house and it got taken from us because they. Anyway, probably. But we ain't doing so bad, I guess. Weirdo. You probably wonder why I'm doing that. People are funny. I love when I pop out fence right here and I'm standing there and they're looking right at me. Mouthing enough about something and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry." I'm like, "Oh, how you doing?" Like, "Man, I didn't see you there." I'm like, "I know." Scare the shit out of somebody. I can't wait until Halloween, man. Me and my neighbor got all kinds of cool stuff. We're gonna chase cars and stuff. Of course, we're not gonna hurt nobody. We're gonna, chase after the cars and get the kids to bring all their friends over, and that's the way it works. Fast. You want to get a crowd of teenage kids to just chase after their car, and they'll post it on Facebook. Next thing you know, you got everybody in the neighborhoods driving around your house looking at it. Social media works pretty interesting. And fireworks too, like people set so much fireworks around. People drive down here from other parts of the neighborhood and they park next to my house over here. They watch the fireworks from my house because so many people around the neighborhood here have fireworks and set them off. Of course, I'm always out there setting off sparklers for kids and stuff. That's what I do.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Try to get my wife from my dog. Probably losing. I'm 50 years old. I ride a bicycle, ride motorcycles, I go parts. I have, but scooters. Trying to build a gas-powered scooter. One of these. Can't get the, got a bunch of stuff that I haven't built yet. I've got all kinds of stuff to play with. Just I've got all kinds of tools to fix stuff. Trying to get axles laying everywhere, like parts for. I'm just a big kid. This old road that I used to go when I was a kid. We used to go out in this area when when the rainy season would start right before Christmas, about this time of year, right before Thanksgiving, or around there. We would go and we collect all this mistletoe or whatever. It's some kind of disease that grows on the oak trees out there. We'd just drive out there and we'd park on the side of the road. We'd walk up, go through the barbed wire fence, and we'd walk up on the hill and we'd find some trees and we'd climb up there. A couple of kids would climb up in the tree and we'd knock it down and then we'd take it home, bundle it, we'd sell mistletoe door to door, right? And that's how we made money on the holidays. That's what our neighborhood did. We had like this apartment complex that did that. Then we'd all put the money together and buy stuff. It was interesting. You guys phone's turn. That's what I do. Yeah. Works too. Just make a lot of digging. What you doing, babe? What you doing, dear? Chip to. Where'd everybody go?
Hello, truther.
What?
Hello, truther.
What?
Nobody's there. I know where they're at. I know where they're all at, man. I know where they're at. Cheers.
Anyone around? Hi. No?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Oh, just chilling. Who's that?
Oh, this is Truth Seeker, but I've been AFK if like the server's been dead for like the last 5 hours.
What's going on? No, since earlier. Since we were all talking earlier. It's been dead for a while.
Yeah, it's been dead for a while. I think most people went to sleep.
Uh-huh. Well, what's the time there for you?
It's almost 1 a.m. for me. It's 12:56.
Yeah. So what are you doing, man? Just chilling on the net?
I'm actually playing poker again.
Oh, okay. How's that going?
I'm heads up right now, so pretty good.
Yeah. You was that you who said you won a bit of cash a couple of weeks ago or something?
I think it was today we were talking about poker.
Oh no, it was like a week or maybe 2 weeks ago. Someone said they won a decent amount of cash.
Oh no, that wasn't me.
But then you're just you're online doing the trying to make some dollars playing poker thing.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
How's it going so far?
I'm slightly profitable, slightly.
Slightly.
Not really.
As they say, man, the house always wins, bro.
Yeah, it's okay. We're still learning.
That's all good as long as you're not betting too big at the moment, I guess. Keep it small until you know you got it figured out.
Ooh, I just got it all in. Pocket deuces versus ace 2. I'm winning.
Yeah.
I won. Yeah, held. I won.
Nice. What'd you win?
$7.
Whoa. Oh. It's alright, it's better than losing $7.
Yeah, not that much.
Yeah. I guess if you had a choice of winning $7 or losing $7, it's a pretty simple thing. Pretty simple choice.
Amen. Oh, I think I'm about to win. I just got it all in. Heads up. Yep, I think I just won.
You won again?
Yep, I just won the game. It's over.
Oh, the whole game?
Yep. It was like a mini tournament. So
You won more than $7 now then?
I won $10.
Plus the 7 or just 10 all up?
10, yeah, 10 total.
How long did that take?
Oh, that was like, I don't know, like probably an hour-long tournament.
Oh shit. You're on minimum wage, bro.
Yeah, it's okay. It's whatever.
Isn't that American minimum wage? Like
I
$10
think,
an hour, isn't it?
no, it's like 7.25.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, that's even worse.
Wow, that's terrible, man.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That would be like minimum wage here in Australia for a 12-year-old. Like not kids working at McDonald's earn more than that. That's crazy.
Yeah, what's the conversion between Australia and US?
I suppose when you look at it like that, so $16 US, I think, is $10 Australian. So when you look at it like that, I guess, yeah.
Is it similar? Is it like, what's the minimum wage in Australia?
I think you'd find the minimum wage here. And for an adult, you'd be looking at probably around 25 an hour.
Oh yeah, that's a
Somewhere around
lot
there.
better than ours. That's like $16 than ours. So that's like more than double.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be somewhere around there. Like, I mean, it depends on what you're doing. There may be some places that might only pay $20 an hour, but
Yeah, that's still
you know,
let's do it 20. That's still 12. That's still like almost double.
yeah.
But it's only
And then
7.5 in some states. Like some states have a higher minimum. Like I think California, it's like $15 minimum, or it's
yeah,
probably even higher than that. But yeah.
it's a weird way. It's a weird thing though, because I mean, I remember when I went to America that time. The one thing I noticed was that all of the delis and all of the food places, they were all overstaffed. And I was just sort of thinking, well, they can afford to have so much stuff because they're not paying them much money.
Yeah, that's kind of how they do it.
You know, so I guess it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because if they all of a sudden, you know, like if you're paying twice the amount of workers $7.50, or you then had to pay $15 an hour, you're just going to fire half your workers because you don't really need them. So to me, it was like people here, people in many places there almost had a job just because it was cheaper to employ you. So do you think that the unemployment would rise if they drastically put up the minimum wage too much?
Well, I guess the big problem is we have like a lot of immigrants, so that kind of makes the job less available. I don't think,
Yeah,
I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure how much the minimum wage would affect it. Like for certain states, it'd probably be worse, but they could probably make the minimum wage like $10 and it'd still be fine, or like
yeah. If they
$12.
didn't go too high.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like most people. I mean, I feel like 7.50 nowadays is way too little, anyways. Like it's like almost slavery.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, then that works out to, because what's petrol over there, isn't it? It's like about $7.50 a gallon or something, isn't it? $8 a gallon or something?
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's like 3.50 for us.
Oh, really? Oh shit,
Yeah, I
that's
don't think
cheap.
it's too bad.
Yeah, but then that's like half an hour's pay if you're on minimum wage.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but that's just for one. That's per gallon. So yeah, to fill up a
Yeah,
whole tank would probably take you like a whole day or so.
yeah. So we're on about at the moment on the cheapest days is about $1.70 per liter. So times that by 4. All right, let's just go by the more expensive, which is $2 per liter. So that's $8 per gallon, basically.
Oh wow.
You know,
Yeah, it's kind of expensive. I think
it
it's because
is, but if
US has a lot of oil. I think we like drill our own oil and stuff.
yeah, well, we should be like where I am here in South Australia. We actually have a oil reserve just outside of Cooper Pedy, larger than Saudi Arabia, like larger than Saudi Arabia's biggest oil reserves. But they don't tap into it.
Because the environment or something?
I don't think so, man. They've known about it for decades. I think it's more
Yeah.
deals done in the back rooms, Okay, you guys don't get to take that out. You know what I mean? I can't think of any other reason of why they wouldn't be taking it out.
Yeah, it's probably because like I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Probably.
No, but I mean, if you look at that, if they were to open up another oil reserve the size of what Saudi Arabia has, it's probably going to bring the price of oil down. It'd be able to flood the market more, wouldn't it? So we can't have that. Can't have the peons getting something cheaper.
Yeah, but it would be more profitable for the billionaires to just. Wouldn't it be more profitable for them to just drill it? Anyways.
Probably, but then it could be partially to do with control as usual. Like, look at what was going on in Iraq before the American government went in there and destroyed everything. It was 2 cents a liter.
Yeah.
You know, because
So the
they pull it all
prices,
out themselves, and they
they
pay.
rose. They rose a lot.
Yeah, but yeah, 2 cents a liter. How crazy is that? And that was basically what, just in like 2000 or something.
And now it's $8.
Oh, not 2 cents here, 2 cents in Iraq.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah,
still
it was 2 cents
insane.
in Iraq.
2 cents. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think at that time when I heard that it was 2 cents in Iraq, around that time, I think it was about 70 cents here.
Yeah.
So, you know,
2000.
that's a 35 times difference. That's a little bit.
Yeah, it just shows you how crazy inflation is.
Yeah, well, and then now, like, so they at that time as well, before the whole GFC thing happened, I know that sort of like just normal unleaded petrol was, say, 70 cents or 80 cents, and to buy premium unleaded was only 4 cents more. But now, if you want to buy premium unleaded, it's about 22 cents more. So that's some pretty major inflation.
Yeah, everything's they. It seems like capitalism is making the shift to where they're pricing everyone out of the market. Capitalism has wealth has concentrated to such an extent to where it's now more profitable for people to rent perpetually than to ever own. Like I saw this thing like BlackRock is buying a ton of the houses in the US. Like, and if they continue at this rate, like pretty soon there's not going to be that many left. Like, seems like they just want to make it so everyone has to rent, and I don't know, kind of weird.
Rent here in Australia is getting crazy. You know, so just for like a small 2-bedroom place, you know, people are paying. You know, it's getting up closer to $450-$500 a week just for a 2-bedroom place.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I know
Yeah,
rent.
I was saying. Sorry, go.
I was gonna say I know rent in New York is insane. Like people pay like 10K a month for rent in New York City and like Manhattan and shit.
Yeah, I've heard stuff like that too. I guess that would that depend on the place and whereabouts you actually are as well?
Well, yeah, that's like the
Probably
luxury places, but average rent in New York is probably like 3,000 or more.
a
Pretty
month.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like Sydney. So I don't know what it is now. It's probably, you know, I remember years ago, if you had a view of Sydney Harbour, right, and they could advertise the view of, you've got a view of Sydney Harbour. I remember there was one apartment, and we're talking about 10 or 15 years ago, where it was $700 a week to rent this apartment, and they advertised the view of Sydney Harbour. And to see the view of Sydney Harbour, you actually had to stand on your toilet and look through this small window, and then this window had a view of Sydney Harbour. But you'd have to stand on your toilet to see it. Like, and that's what they called the view.
Oh well.
Yeah. And that was like $700 a week, and we're talking, this was at least 10 years ago. And I think it was only a 2-bedroom place. Yeah, now that same place is probably more like, you know, 11 or 1200. Wouldn't surprise me.
Brave new world.
Yeah, it's like they're just sort of making it so difficult for people that eventually everyone goes bankrupt and screams out for a UBI.
Yeah, UBI.
Government will provide your housing for you. You know, everything's good. Don't panic. We'll look after you. I think the plan is to just make things so difficult for people that, you know, they eventually want to get rid of their cars. They want to get rid of a lot of things, and you know, maybe the government will subsidize rents, and you just have to rent everywhere. There won't be much ownership, as they say.
Yeah. It sounds like a treacherous existence.
Yeah, they want to, you know, just feed you your bugs, or if you're not eating bugs, then they want you eating lab-grown meat or plant-based meats. But you know, get rid of the farmers. Can't have the cows because they're fighting too much. They use too much fertilizer. You can't have cows.
Oh yeah, cows are bad for the environment. Yeah, that's like another modern like problem with modernity. That they would say something so absurd.
Yeah, I think it comes down to it's not just the cow itself. What it comes down to is the amount of land that gets cleared for the grazing of animals, then it's the amount of land that gets cleared to grow food for the animals. You have to realize, you know, like a cow eats something like, what is it, 60 pounds of food a day? Like some ridiculous amount of food a day. Right? So they have to grow that amount of food. So when a lot of people sit there and go, oh, you know, fucking vegans eating all the soybeans or whatever. Well, that's not true. It's your cows that are eating all the soybeans. Your cows and your pigs and stuff that are eating all the soybeans. I think something like about 2 or 5% of the soybeans that are grown go to feeding humans.
Mm.
You know,
Are
so
soybeans bad for the environment or something? Or why do they
it's
care
not that
about?
they're bad for the environment, but they just clear a lot of land to grow them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see.
And then a lot of it's genetically modified. You know,
Yeah, and
so
like it takes a lot of water and stuff. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I think see, like this is where they look at things as well, right? So to produce 1 liter of milk, I think it takes about like 100 or 200 liters of water, or more, like 1,000 liters. It's a ridiculous number. So to get 1 liter of milk, you know, the amount of water you have to give a cow, and then the amount of food that you have to feed it, for the amount of water that it took to grow the food, and by the time you add all that up to get your 1 liter of milk or 1 kilogram of cheese, you know, like it took like 2,000 liters of water. It's an insane amount of water. So that's what they're really talking about when they say, you know, cows are an environmental disaster or whatever, you know, or like cows are climate change. That's what they're really talking is what it takes to grow the cow and to grow food for the cow, to clear the land for the cows, and then to truck to truck the cows to the slaughter yard, to truck them from there to the butchers, and it's that whole process.
Oh, I thought it was
It's not
because
just
I thought it was the methane.
there's that too. You know, that's just another factor to it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what do they say? Like methane is, what is it, like 90 times worse than carbon or some shit like that?
Yeah, I know it's bad for the ozone. Yeah.
So they say, you know.
I think so, yeah, because it like traps the sun inside or something.
Yeah, apparently it's a much stronger greenhouse gas. You know, I'm not up with the science of it all, 100%, of course. But as far as my layman's understanding goes, I think it like will hold the heat longer, or it will create the heat faster, something like that. So it traps the heat faster, or something like that. I'm sure someone will hear this one day and go, "Hey, you're wrong," and come on and tell us the truth. Tell us why. But yeah, it's something along those lines.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. So that's why they do it. And I think it is to grow 1 kilogram of meat. So to get 1 kilogram of meat to you, it takes about 6,000 liters of water. And again, that's factoring in all of the growing of the food to feed the cow, to give the cow water, etc. It's taking all of that into factor. Whereas to grow the equivalent amount of calories and protein in plants, like you're talking like 6,000 liters in a cow compared to something like about 800 liters to get the same thing from plants. So it's significantly different.
Wow, yeah. We
So
need
that's the
more.
argument against cows.
We need more water filter technology, or hopefully AI
Yeah.
will give us like. I mean, AI will accelerate everything. Like, I really think it's gonna be so crazy. Like the next 5 years.
It's an interesting time to be alive. Good and bad.
Yeah, it seems like technology is just going faster and faster. So.
Yeah, I mean, technology's growing at such an exponential rate that the people who are involved in it probably can't even keep up with it.
Right, like our computer chips are getting faster. The software is getting faster. The hardware is getting faster. Like, we know more about genetics.
Exponentially smaller.
And they all build on each other too. So.
Yeah, and then once they get AI fully functioning in that way, then they're using AI to design the next ones.
Right, like I saw this one. Facebook made this one AI, and it like created its own language and was like talking to another AI. Like, that's so crazy to me. Like, imagine like creating an AI and then it just starts talking in its own language.
Yeah, well, what buzzes me out is like clearly something like ChatGTP can already know the entire internet. So it has the intelligence of the entire internet already. Everything that's ever been put on the internet, it can find that out in just seconds, basically. Can learn more than you or I could ever even dream of learning, and it will do it in in like an hour or something. I don't know, some ridiculous time. It's already got all of that information, and you or I, and probably 1,000 people's lifetimes could never learn it.
Yeah.
I think that's what Sam Harris talks about as well. No, I think Sam Harris is a bit of a dick, but it's part of what he says, where he's like, well, we don't really know what's going to happen with AI. Is AI just going to get to a point where it's just so intelligent it looks at us and goes, meh, I'm out of here, see you later, right? Or is it going to look at us like we look at bacteria? Because it's so far above us in every way, that we're just this tiny little amoeba as far as intelligence is concerned compared to AI.
Maybe it will look at us as its creator. Maybe it will worship us.
Yeah, I think it'll
Probably
look at
not.
us as its
Most
pets.
likely not. It'll most likely be like hyper rational and just see our behavior as irrational and meaningless.
Yeah, it just look at us like we're its pets. Give us a little pat on the head every now and then, throw us a bone.
Yeah, to me it seems like the fundamental part of being conscious is having emotions. Like, I don't know if AI will ever be truly conscious. I don't know if I believe that.
Well, I don't personally think that AI will ever be conscious, but it will be more than smart enough to make us believe that it's conscious. Because you think about it, it will become so intelligent that it will already understand, it'll understand what a joke is, it'll understand what anger is, it will understand all of these things, and it will learn from our facial recognition on what it means to go through all of those processes. And then all it's got to do is mimic it. If it mimics all those things, then we will believe that it's actually conscious. But it's not. How are you going to prove that it's not? When it can talk to you like any other human being, it could get angry, it could get sad, it could be happy, it could tell you it's in love. Doesn't mean it is. But how are we going to prove that it's not? Like they say, there's no measure for love. Science can't measure love. So how are we going to measure love in an AI? We can't even measure it in ourselves. We just personally know, well, I love this person, I love this thing. Well, the AI could say the same. And how are we going to tell it that it's lying?
Well, I don't think an AI could love, because love has to do with reproduction. But I guess maybe it could want to reproduce itself. I don't know. That's maybe it's not linked. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're right, man. Yeah, I just think it'll become so good at faking it, we just won't know the difference. It'd be impossible for us to know. Because they already have AI where they get it talking to people on the telephone and stuff, and people don't even realize they're talking to a computer. They think they're talking to a human. So how are you going to tell the difference?
You're not.
Exactly, you're not. Yeah, it's pretty bizarre.
What time is it in Australia?
It is 5:53 p.m. for me right now.
Nice. Just beginning the evening.
Yeah, I'm about to head down to the beach shortly, do some more filming, and I'm going to stay out there until the light is completely gone tonight and see how long it takes for the light to go.
Are you filming the sun?
Yeah. I'm going to go down there. I'll film the land and stuff around there a bit. There's a couple of ships down there at the moment. I'll film those from different heights, and then I'll catch the last part of the sunset.
Oh, that's cool. Are you doing flat Earth observations or just art film stuff?
It turns into both.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm actually starting another channel as well, and that channel is just all of my footage of each day, sunsets or whatever, and then just edited to music. Just if I go out and film a sunset for an hour or whatever, I've got 4 cameras, so I just choose between the 4 cameras, edit it down to maybe 5 minutes, stick it to music, and then eventually I'll be posting them all online.
Nice.
I have some pretty crazy sunsets.
Yeah, I can imagine Australia gets really pretty.
Yeah, the beauty about what I have here as well is that quite often there's the ships coming in and going. So for a video, when I'm making a video, when there's a ship coming in, or if they're just sitting there, I can go between the clouds and the sun and the ships and stuff, So I don't know. We'll see how they go. I've shown the videos to a few people, and they like them. So once I start posting them, we'll see what people think.
Nice.
but I've just been waiting for people to do me proper logos, because I've just wanted to sort of do proper introductions to all my videos, and I want to be able to have a proper logo and do proper introductions, and then have it all posted online from there. And I've just been waiting so long for everyone to get me these logos. I had some people that were doing it because I'm a bit computer illiterate in that way, like graphically designing stuff.
Oh, I see.
So,
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, I said okay. I see.
Yeah, so I've just been sort of waiting for that, and that's been taking absolutely forever. But all I've been doing in the meantime is just making videos. So once I get it,
I mean, the intro doesn't matter that much, anyways, especially for your first few videos.
yeah, I agree. It's just it's probably just like a personal thing,
Yeah.
not wanting to be, not that I'm anywhere near professional, but not wanting to, be 100% amateur. Have it be slightly good, so then to still improve on it in the future. But I don't want to start at 0. I prefer to start at 30, and then work my way to 100.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you could
You get
probably
where
like
I'm.
find a tutorial on how to make a logo also, but yeah. What's your channel
It's
name?
getting to that point. Well, the other channel name is called Changing Horizons.
Yeah, maybe you could do like
And,
a CH, or I don't know how you want to do it. Or like a
yeah,
horizon something. Oh, you could do like a CH, and then you could have like the H, the middle of the H be like the horizon.
yeah. What I've sent to someone was so I've got ship footage of one ship, and earlier in the day you can just see the top part of the ship, and then later in the day you can see the entire ship. So because it's called Changing Horizons, what I was thinking of doing is having the ship that's partly visible, cutting across the main horizon, and then coming down on an angle, having the other ship like now fully visible coming down there, and then with Changing Horizons like in the middle of that, with maybe some kind of like sun ray type thing coming over it. That's sort of what I've been thinking in my head. And then Horizon, I've actually spelled HOREYEZONS for horizon.
Third eye.
Yeah, or more like the play on words of the horizon is your horizontal eye zone.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
And I
and
would.
then what I do. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, nothing. I was saying I like it, and I wish you good luck on your channel.
Yeah, thanks, man. Shit, what was I going to say? I lost it.
I should probably go to bed anyways. It's 1:30 for me.
All good, bro. Yeah, I was going to say I was going to jump on mute for a bit anyway. Anyway, man, take it easy.
Okay, nice talking to you. See you later.
You too, bro. Take it easy. Mhm.